It's episode 302 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. And in honor of Eric and his event. See, Eric probably didn't notice this, but before I hit live during the Patreon exclusive, Eric was talking about his newest event. I'm putting that in quotation marks. Yeah. But Scott, can you see the title of today's episode?
That's right.
Can you see what it says?
Yep. I'm not calling
Flat
it
tire bike ride to the National.
Mine is the trip to the Big Chicken adjacent to the National.
Yeah. Eric, in honor of you, whether you realize it or not, right at the top of the screen, it says the flat tire bike ride to the National.
I did notice that. Thank you. Yes.
And basically, it's like I saw it in the stars.
Yes.
It came to me in a vision.
I don't think when there's a few more people in the chat, I'll explain what I'm doing tomorrow. But until then, you can just continue to berate me.
Oh, and I will. Oh, I shall.
We got to stop when you.
I was going to say, when did it stop? Now, by the way, Scott.
And he is the princess has to have more people in the chat.
Oh, yes. Listen, she needs a lot of attention.
Time,
well,
this egomaniac.
No, the princess is going to be made fun of probably for the remainder of the show.
Probably.
Wait till there's people around so they understand what I'm being made fun for. So there's no confusion to why.
There'll be enough callbacks. Don't worry.
Oh, so many callbacks.
I'm being made fun of.
So many callbacks. But yes, so we got that. Continuing my theme, Scott, as we go into this year's not national coverage. And by the way, Scott, I was very proud. I received messages. People did get my dilapidated boat reference.
Oh, I saw that Monday night.
A few people did get it. Took after the fact. I had a few people reach out to me. They did get the dilapidated boat reference. I was like, I'm not going to explain it. If you know, you know.
I don't know. But I'm not hip. I'm not hip with the kids. I'm the old grumpy guy. Get off my lawn. So I don't.
Eric is truly, Scott, I must say, Eric is truly someone perfectly suited for the final deletion.
I'm almost done signing my cards for the National. So,
are you inscribing them or just doing the signature?
Just doing signatures because I kind of liked my card this year. I haven't done one in a few years.
Did you change the picture?
Yeah. It's here's a preview only on Carlos's channel.
There you go. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Simpsonized.
Right. So I kind of played with the theme of the year where they had the show with the All-Stars.
Oh, okay.
So I kind of played with that a little bit.
Oh, was that the one with so it was the one with the baseball players, the one where Burns was trying to get all the dead guys?
Yeah.
And then he kept I think it was Boggs. He kept telling him to shave his sideburns.
Yeah. So I was just signing them all.
Now, did you get that custom printed somewhere?
Yeah, so there's plenty of places online that do
for sure
templates and that.
Yeah. It's a shame though, Eric. I used to back in the day before Fanatics took it over. Topps would actually let you print custom cards with their the designs, and I thought that was a great service. It's free money for them. What do you care? Just print the damn things.
I actually found one template that actually, I don't want to say copied, but mimicked some of Topps designs.
Yeah. But it was just nice that you could legitimately have the Topps designs from the source. They would actually print them for you. And I thought they were pretty good.
Say Topps on it.
Good evening, Laura. Good evening, Sven. But yes, I thought it was it's a shame that they don't provide that anymore because I've still got some left over. So I'll eventually exhaust that supply. But I thought it was a good service when you were able to you could put whatever picture you wanted, fill in the information, and it would print it out for you. But yeah, no, there's places that'll do it for sure. It was just nice. The convenience of having it from the source was kind of handy.
Yeah, because Victor did one with the Bowman one year.
Yep, that's the same one that I use. I use the Bowman.
And he did the 87 design 1 year.
Yeah.
So he's got some new ones this year too. I like it. I mean, I think it's pretty cool to get, cards from people. You don't even need to be YouTubers. I think it's pretty cool.
Just the next time you refer to me as princess, just remember who made up their own cards and autographed them. Just remember that. Next time,
Eric, Eric, are you sure you want to play this game? Because this can be arranged. By Expo, there could be entire posters. There could be an entire booth dedicated to Eric merchandise.
I want to let you know I have some T-shirts that I also give out.
Who wants an autograph 8x10? Eric's best work.
Does he pay us to get it, or
Yes, absolutely. And there'll be a big old like button, and every time somebody hits it, Eric gives them money.
I will be at the next expo if there's a table. Well, he won't be there. That's right.
Oh no, Eric will be. Listen, Eric will be there with bells on. I'll get Marcel to make sure. I'll get Marcel to make sure
because of his roof was damaged.
That's his current claim. That his roof is his current event. Mark, good evening. Good evening, Baz. So, like I said, Eric, don't ask. Like, don't tempt us with a good time. We are happy to make sure that all the merchandise, there will be T-shirts.
Oh, wow.
There will be all the merch, anything you want.
So here's my last card I did. That's my sophomore year in high school, right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were on the baseball team?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I'm gonna get one of these out to you guys too with the other.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Nats man falling asleep card is like a necessity. We need that.
That's like postcard size.
Yes. Well, yeah, absolutely.
That
Like
was
said,
I had to do it quickly, so that was one I did on the Staples online.
and if you guys like, Eric will also provide you this with his autograph. We got so much to Eric. Like, you want to talk about, like, you were just talking about one card. Like, we have an entire merchandise line.
He likes me. I was just at his house. Okay.
He might not like you after he finds out that you co-opted him for a mayonnaise advertisement.
Derek likes me, and we're friends, and we had a good like 3 hours hanging out at his house together. So stop trying to sully my dear friendship with Derek and Willie.
Did you ever take a picture of Derek Sanderson holding a mayonnaise jar like you and Willie?
Eric. Willie and Eric.
Eric.
Yeah. No, you're sullying. You're sullying.
Oh, Eric, I have yet to begin to sully.
Oh, you're sullying big.
Let me tell you, the sullying, Scott. Is like, is that a challenge, sir? Are you challenging me right now? Are you asking me to elevate my sullying?
Oh, you are the king of the sully. That's all I know.
So Eric, do you still hate baseball?
I think it's the dumbest game ever created.
Because the All-Star game's in Boston next year. That's what I was wondering.
Means nothing to me. I will admit this. The 99 All-Star game when they brought out Ted.
Mm-hmm. I remember it.
Was awesome.
Yep.
I watched it. It was I had goosebumps. I had all the nostalgia goosebumps going. That was a great moment. I loved every second of it.
So does he remind you of a character of Emmanuel in Space? Is that why it gave you goosebumps?
No, I've always believed, and I'm not the first person to say this, but I have always believed that Ted Williams was who John Wayne was playing on camera. John Wayne wanted to be Ted Williams. I think Ted Williams was his muse.
Well, me personally, I think Ted Williams is one of the greatest hitters ever because he's got all the stats and fought in 2 wars. So missed time. So
I believe there's a story out there that he got like shot down, got rescued, brought back, jumped in another plane, and went back up. I mean, he was he's just a legendary American, and
yep,
I think Ted Williams.
I'll give you that, Eric. I will agree with you this one time.
Okay.
Eric of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 insults.
Oh, there's way more than 1,000.
Only thousands.
Yeah, way more than
I
1,000.
want to pick with Tom Brady with Matt from Providence banter in the background so I can get Matt to sign it. That'd be good. It's good that Eric brought that up, though. Ted Williams could have been John Wayne's muse. I can think of Eric's muse. This will be available also at the booth as one of the other 8x10s. Eric and his personal hero.
No, I hope that Bret Hart is at home watching this right now, and he's going to get upset.
He's a big fan of the show,
and he's going to beat you up.
He's not beating anybody up.
He probably doesn't even know how to turn on his YouTubes.
Yeah, like he's in the middle of cursing Goldberg. Eric, you want to interrupt him when he's in the middle of cursing Goldberg?
Well,
that's ritual. Do not mess with that man.
He wouldn't be the first wrestler who knows about our show.
Just saying. Man, it's a tough time, Scott. I don't know what to tell you. See, I'm already getting ideas. I'm liking this idea that Eric came up with of having an entire booth dedicated to himself.
I mean, is Bobby and are they gonna have a place at the next expo again?
Well, it's kind of up to Bobby. It's just a matter of whether he wants to I think the last one actually went pretty well. I would suspect probably.
You could put a corner of Eric's merchandise there.
Yeah, there you go. Bobby says yes.
Oh, okay. Bobby, we're gonna bring you some merch.
All the Eric Mayo merch that people want. And then what happens is Bobby, after the fact, goes, it's like, yep, I sold this. But for some reason, everybody was asking for the Eric shirts, the 8x10s or whatever. It's like, yeah, I did really good at the show, but $340,000 in Eric merchandise later.
I don't like it when Bobby has a table. Okay. Because one of the things I enjoy is walking the show floor with Bobby. It's like walking around with a celebrity. So if he's handcuffed to a table for 4 days, I'm going to miss my Bobby time.
So is that like Bobby then has to walk around and explain why some guy is just following him around at the show then?
That's here nor there. I'm just telling you what I enjoy.
Hey,
Yeah, I was
Bobby.
gonna say, this sounds an awful lot like it's like, I hate when one of these hockey players actually has things to do. It discourages and makes it more difficult for me too. Stock.
I'm just saying.
Bobby, you might want to put his picture
Allegedly.
up at the Buffalo border there. So.
Look, at this point, Bobby, just to be on the safe side, you need to put his picture up at the Massachusetts border. Make sure he can't get out of the state. He can even inside of America, we can block him off. We can block him off at the sides.
I'm just saying, I need my
Or
Bobby.
just put a U-turn every time he comes up there. He's got a U-turn.
I says try to lose him, but he can run fast, but only in one direction, Bobby. If he tries to change direction, the hip might collapse.
That's just you're not far off.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Make you run the 40-yard dash across.
It's like he has to commit to the direction. If he has to change direction, it's over. He just has to commit. See, Brendan Ryan, that's nice of you.
That's
giving
right.
him an extra,
I'm
giving him an
5'8".
extra 8 inches.
I am 5'8". That's right. Thank you.
A fury, Eric. A fury. A fury.
That's me.
That we're going. All right.
Well, your Red Sox, had history this past week, right?
Getting Orlando
For wins.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it
know
did something.
that means nothing to me, but yeah, people were talking about it.
I understand you're allergic to success, but you can't be focused entirely on Bruins' failure for the rest of your life.
They're actually in, if it ended today, they'd be in the playoffs.
All right. You have to understand, this is the month of July. There's only one sporting event I care about in the month of July.
Cross-country running.
And it is not baseball. Even though baseball has been very, very good to me.
It has. It's been excellent to you.
But no. The Tour de France.
The tour to cheating. The tour to drugs.
21 days.
The tour to steroids.
Awesomeness.
The tour to blood doping.
Yeah,
So, now the World Cup.
how to properly oxygenate your blood illegally.
So I did get into the World Cup fever a little bit, but it's all about the tour in July. I don't care about any other sport. That's the only thing I focus on. And today,
Reminder for those of you who have been around a long time, I want to remind you that Eric consistently claims that he's against steroid use, and he just said Tour de France. He might as well have said the World Steroid Championships.
they are testing them all the time. Again,
I'm sure they are.
hopefully.
And I'm sure they're catching so many of them.
And if any of them are dirty, I hope they get caught, thrown out, and even legally apprehended.
So, Baz, I'll quickly touch on this one. I did hear about this, and I actually watched some YouTube videos of people talking about it. And Eric was sending me messages. He was very excited. LeBron is actually his favorite athlete of all time.
No.
He would. The problem was he actually loved LeBron, But then he actually saw on television, he actually saw LeBron, and he actually thought LeBron and Larry Bird were the same person, and then suddenly he wasn't excited anymore.
No.
It's about the demographics of Atlanta. Ask another time.
I hate LeBron James.
Anyway, moving on. You'd like him if he looked like Larry Bird. Could have been doing the exact same things. You'd have been perfectly fine with him.
No,
I know what
reasons.
happened today at work. It took over all the conversation.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
So let me quickly answer Baz's question. I think it's fine. I really don't care. I think it was probably wise for him to do I think he took like a 2-year, $8 million deal, which is, I guess, close to the veteran minimum. Like, it's got to be close to that. That team is already pretty well stacked, so it's probably wise. And I decided I wanted to listen to some Philadelphia 76ers folks that understand that team better than I do. I agreed with one of them that for his skill set, what he does, he can actually, it's probably a good choice because he can play like a point guard position.
Right.
Because he passes the ball very well. So he can literally hand off the ball to the other people and let them focus on it. At 42, he should not be the center of the offense, but he can distribute the basketball, and that's literally a thing he's very good at.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to be on the court all the time with them.
Correct.
So,
which is actually better for him. That's actually very wise.
He doesn't have to be the scorer. He just got to be a piece.
Yeah, and if he's doing that, I don't think the Philadelphia folks are going to have any problem with it. I think if he's distributing the basketball and doing that role, he's more than capable of doing that role at this stage in his career.
Right. He doesn't need to be on the floor, like you said. He can do all his flopping on the bench. He can lay down. He can do peekaboo. I love
Eric. I didn't hear any complaining about Bobby Orr's flopping. I've shown the most famous flopping photograph of all time. The most disgraceful.
Noel
and the worst part, Scott, the game was over and the man still flopped. Well, he didn't even need to. He probably flopped at the parade. He's like, the game is over, Bobby. You don't even have to do it.
I hate flopping, but man, do I love soccer.
No.
Yeah, I know.
No.
I didn't think Eric hurt his hip in the first place. He landed wrong on one.
I walked away from that. I ran away from that sport. I played my whole life. I coached it. I coached high school. I coached club. I gave my whole life to that sport. And when I started to see that nonsense on the world stage coming here to American youth soccer, I'm like, I'm done. I literally were in fights with coaches who were coaching it, who were telling children to do that bullshit. And I said, I'm done. I'm not.
Parents have Zavellas up in the stands.
Yeah,
ooh, Zuzavellas. That'd be amazing.
Zuzavellas. Yes, they did.
That'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Zuzavellas is not what bothered me. It was knowing that this was being coached in a.
Yeah, Eric would have preferred if they had coached steroids. Then they could have been the cycling thing. Moving on. Hoggy 99 says the Bruins have won a cup more recently than the Stars. Prove it. See? Nothing. That's alleged. Sounds like fake news to me. That's probably AI. Lineage of defense? Never heard of them. One day the Boston Bruins will be in the NHL and maybe we can talk about this. Otherwise, I have no idea what you're talking about. One more piece of fake news, Hockey 99, and you're going to another realm. You will be hit with a timeout. Do not be spreading false rumors around here. Disgraceful. I thought the Germans hated the French. Listen, Eric has a lot of very confusing prejudices. Very confusing. Very concerning.
I don't think it's the Germans hate the French as much as the French hate the Germans.
Well, the French at this point have a little bit of historical reason.
Yeah.
There's some issues there.
Yeah.
They have great masking agents to hide the steroids. Listen, all of them. I think Bob was honestly, I think they'll be fine. I don't think it'll be an issue.
I got a little bit of I have an issue with Bob Boozle.
Only one?
I did not appreciate his last Instagram's post at all.
I gotta look at this. This would be worth looking at.
Oh, I got it. Listen, I'm glad you brought this up, Eric. See, I wasn't going to show this, but now since you bring it up, I may as well. Check out I wonder what this is inspired by, Scott.
I have been in touch with my lawyers, and you will be getting a cease and desist from my lawyers for this type of nonsense.
I like the jersey though.
I didn't realize you were a Mets fan there, Eric. I mean, person who is obviously not Eric. And I do appreciate the mayo jars there.
Yes.
Wow.
No, my lawyers have been given a copy of this Instagrams, and action.
Eric reaches oftentimes. He needs a lot of help for reaching. Is that how you got to 5'8.5", Eric? Did you have special shoes?
I was in my socks when my mommy measured me. She made sure of it.
457 pairs of them.
Okay, I just started following. I didn't know I was not following you, Bob.
Got to follow Bob Boozle. Some
Yeah.
solid work there. I won't read this, but for historical reasons, I kind of appreciate it. As a history major, listen, as a history major who studied as World War II, Eric, I do kind of appreciate this.
That is kind of
It
funny.
is. I saw that. It was pretty funny.
It's strong.
It's
Sen, I can't read it out loud, but let me tell you, strong. Very strong. What? One second, Eric. Out of respect, hang on. Let me see if I can grab it here. Out of respect. Respect where it's deserved. Respect where it's deserved. Well played. But yes, I think they'll be fine. I think at this point, for the strategery, I think he probably picked the correct choice for what he's trying to accomplish, and probably won't work, to be honest, because there's some good teams out in the East. You know, the Knicks were really good this year. But Eric, to be fair, not bad. Nobody expected the Knicks this past year, Scott. So, like, you can't assume who would have bet the Knicks at the beginning of last season? Who would have bet? Honestly, like, you would have gotten amazing odds. You would have gotten amazing odds if if at the beginning of last season you had said, "Oh, the Knicks are going to win the championship for the first time since 1973." It would have been like, "Okay, we'll give you some amazing odds. Sure, go for it." So you never know.
We'll happy to take money.
Yeah, you just have to basically, again, not a basketball guy. I'm not going to watch it because I don't care. But I'm going to say this: if you get in the tournament, you have a chance. Get to the tournament and see what happens. And who cares? It'll be entertaining. Even if it's a disaster, it'll be entertaining. Like, that's all I'm going for. Like, give me an interesting storyline. Let's see what happens. And by the way, it's not like Philadelphia won anything last year either.
I am a lifelong Celtics fan. Now, I grew up in the 80s. So my Larry Birds, Robert Parrish, Dennis Johnson, Kevin McHale, Danny Ainge, Bill Walton. All right, those are my guys. But I've stuck with the team. I've watched them ups and downs, since then also. And this current team, last season, the season before, I just can't emotionally get connected with them. The whole thing between Tatum and Brown was just painful. These guys don't like each other. They're both prima donnas. Brown is more interested in his social media and his off-court causes than being a professional basketball player. Tatum thinks he's the best player in the entire world and that everything should go through him at every moment. And when you have Tatum out this past year because he blew his Achilles, and Brown goes, "This is the most fun I've ever had as a professional basketball player. This was my best year." The guy is a cancer. All right. Is he a phenomenal basketball player? Absolutely. He plays with a huge chip on his shoulder. He's an angry dude. And I don't think he's a team guy at all. So now he has to go to Philadelphia and he has to share the rock with all these other guys who all are superstars and have the same mentality. He is going to throw a temper tantrum. He's going to have a pout fest. You won't see this guy smile one time next season.
Now, the funny thing, Scott, is if this comes to pass, it's going to play into a couple of the subsequent comments. So let me have a little fun with this. So first, Mad City Brew, good evening. He says, "Do you think LeBron will love Philly cheesesteak as much like Eric loves mayonnaise? We can only hope so. We can only hope so." So I'll touch on this one, Baz, and then I'll follow up with a different comment as well. LeBron may wilt when he experiences the deranged Philly fans when he doesn't play well. Hang on. And Wild fans in Philly, I agree with this, Baz, but hang on. Let me read the second comment. Bubbles said LeBron will shed tears to Philly fans turn on by Christmas. Point of order. If you just listen to Eric, Scott, what did I lead the conversation with? He chose a team where he literally doesn't have to be the number one option. He doesn't even have to be the number two option. He can literally operate as a point guard. So unless you guys are saying he's going to suddenly miss passes, Eric, he doesn't have to take shots. Technically speaking, he is actually, Eric, funny enough, number one, he took basically, I don't know what the actual, somebody can look it up. Some of you guys may know basketball better. I don't know what the veteran minimum is, Eric.
Yeah.
But $4 million per year compared to what LeBron has been making in his entire career is like literally sure. Like it's barely even a rounding error in NBA money. Like he's literally just saying, yeah, sure, whatever. Like I'll take a salary.
But very much like Michael Jordan, pause. Their basketball salaries are a pittance.
I understand, but that's only part of the point to make. So number one, he's nowhere near the highest paid player on the team. He's way down the totem pole, relatively speaking. So that's not a concern for them. So they can get other players, do whatever maneuvering they want. Eric, his salary is not going to hinder their ability to make moves or do whatever the hell it is they feel they need to do. Number one. And number two, he's literally coming in like, I'm just going to pass you guys the basketball. You guys shoot the damn ball. And
he could even
do
be
here and there.
Man.
Yeah, like Eric, if he scores 18 points a game and literally passes the ball most of the time and they do most of the heavy lifting, why would he be the main focus if there's the issue? Basically, as long as he just does his job and he just goes on about it. Now, your point, if that comes to pass, who do you think the Philly fans are going to be more concerned about? They're going to be more irritated with him. Because if he makes himself a problem and he's suddenly the issue and he's going to dominate the headline, so he'll be the main focus. So it actually allows LeBron just to kind of sit, be like, listen, you'll do your issue.
Pay attention, folks. If I want you to let me know the first time you see Jaylen Brown smile in Philadelphia while he's on the court or even off the court, anytime. Let me know when you see that guy smile. He is not going to smile. Everyone else in Philadelphia, Philly fans are like ecstatic today, right? Jaylen Brown.
That's the ones I work with.
Pissed off. But they brought him in thinking he was going to be the next star of Philadelphia. And then they bring this guy in. I'm telling you, this guy's pissed off today. He's going to be a miserable bastard the entire season next year. You wait and see.
So Bobby here, just letting people know what booth he has. I think that's important. There you go, Bobby. Carlos, if you have an issue with ComC where the PSA 10 is appearing in the eBay title is an 8 instead of displaying a 10. I have not seen that. I'm sure it's happened, but I haven't seen it. He's basically making the minimum, which is what I thought. I thought it was pretty low. That was my opinion. I will create a treasure trove inspired platform to educate fans to hate LeBron more. I appreciate that. Listen, Eric, I am consistent on this platform. Am I or am I not a big supporter of being a hater?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I support this. I support you in this endeavor, Bob Boozle. I am intrigued by your ideas and would like to subscribe to your newsletter.
I've never, ever been a fan of his. I didn't like him when he was in high school. And
what did Bob Boozle do to you?
No, yeah, well, that's a whole nother thing.
Disgraceful.
Over that, did you not see the Instagrams?
That's messed up.
Wow.
But
I did. I was sitting there looking at him giggling.
When LeBron was in high school and he's driving around in a brand new Hummer, and the lies start coming out about how he got it and how he could afford it at like 16 years old and being in high school. I've never liked this kid. And to this day, I still don't. And the whole flopping thing.
So what rule did he break? He didn't go to college.
The whole thing was shady as shit. And
so it's okay now with NIL money?
Oh, I hate that. They ruined this.
Scott, we've already established Eric is all about the inconsistency. If LeBron was in the Tour de France, he'd be very supportive.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And I'd buy him drugs. But he's not. So therefore, I can criticize him. So I am against the NIA in all college sports. It has ruined college sports. These kids were getting paid all along by getting scholarships, free education.
That's garbage. Scholarships and free education is trash. That's worthless. It's worth negative money. Get out of here. The colleges made a crap ton of money. If they want to do scholarships and that's all, okay, great. Make the tickets free. Don't sell jerseys. Don't sell shit. Then make it free. Because if you get to make money, then the fucking players should make some money.
Yeah.
You go to work for free.
Schools, no.
I got to see it firsthand.
It's work. The
Yeah,
school
it's
makes a
not
crap
work.
ton of money.
It's not
The school
work.
doesn't. Schools that don't make money don't
think
have
that-
NIL money to
You don't
give.
think guys playing football at D1? I was with guys that played football at Virginia Tech when they started big timing. That was a job. And then they had to go to school full time.
Yeah, and the school, most of the school, the people recruiting, the school has nothing. Yeah, we have the best school. Whatever. Who cares? Give me the money, and then I'm going pro.
I understand, first of all, my situation is far and away, like a million miles, 10 planets away from, Division I football at Florida State. But as someone who played, Division III small school soccer, college soccer, I had responsibilities. I had to work hard. I had to keep my grades up. I had to be at practices, all the time. I had games that you had to travel long distances for, and then get your schoolwork done. I have a small inclination of what that was like. I didn't consider it work. I chose to accept a small scholarship, go play college soccer, and get my education. That was a choice.
Yeah, but you went to a college where your mom was still bringing orange slices at halftime. These big
Wait, Scott, are you saying Eric got Are you saying that Eric got free orange slices?
No.
That violator, that was some shady shit.
First of all, he wasn't allowed on the sidelines, right? So she would bring them before the game, and we wouldn't open the cooler until halftime. NCAA rules specifically say no mummies on the field.
Whatever, like you follow the rules, steroid boy. Bass says, I never liked LeBron. Do you also have a problem with the demographics of Atlanta? No, a lot of. If you like MJ, whatever. I gotta be honest. My contrarian nature, Scott, is the more people hate a LeBron, it's like I kind of like this guy. You know what? I kind of like this guy.
I like.
You know
LeBron.
what? You know what? I think he's great. I think he's fantastic. And you know what? The best part about this is that the more Eric doesn't like him, the more I understand he's a fine, upstanding citizen. Because honestly, the people that Eric likes are pieces of shit. Look at Bobby Orr.
So the same people that hate LeBron love Shaq when he took his backside and knocked players about 4 rows deep and they didn't call anything. So it's the same thing. It's just he does something different and gets away with it than other superstars in the past. But LeBron has other issues that people don't like, and he masks it with this flopping bull.
The flopping is complete garbage, as it is in professional soccer, which is why I walked away from the sport. And I hated the Jordan rules. Remember, and I'm old. I watched his entire career.
You are old. We agree.
You're not my age, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The Jordan rules were a joke. And it was because he needed that extra step to make his moves. He needed, the fact that anyone came anywhere near him played defense, they'd call fouls on him, because the NBA lost Bird and lost Magic and lost Celtics versus Lakers, and they had to put a new king on the throne and get the TV ratings. And he needed that extra step to fly through the air. His talent he's still the greatest of all time.
I was getting ready to say, so you're saying I was like,
he's the greatest of all time, but the Jordan rules were a real thing, and they were bullshit.
Wow. School makes so much money, it's absolutely silly. Yes, exactly. As far as I'm concerned, Scott, the schools have a business, and if they make money as a business, you as an employee in this case, give me my fucking cut.
No, because that
as
money
soon as they prove
it doesn't go to shit. It goes to the school and they pocket it. It doesn't go to
all of
the rest of the entire place can be ramshackle. It's collapsing on itself. But the school facilities where the gym is fantastic.
And I can tell you right now what it's happened since all the big time sports got big. At the same time, the money to go to schools where in-state tuition was 75% paid for, now it's 95% you have to come out of pocket. So the schools are making even more money with the boosters giving.
It's a profitable business.
Yes.
And by the way, the schools that have the most
prices, costs went up. The school teachers making more money. People are making more money, but the players that break themselves for the school wearing the school's name, they can't even take a date out for dinner. Not every guy gets an envelope.
Yeah. And a bunch of the guys that are making NIL money will never go pro. That'll be the only money they'll ever make from playing, and that'll be the end of it.
Some of these guys will never have to with the money that they're pocketing.
Good.
Well, that's fine. But
the thing is, Eric, you want to make millions of dollars, get good.
And also, so now they're getting NIL money. Now, when they take one of these scholarships, they're being held at the school because these guys that are taking NIL money now and trying to go into the portal, they're getting sued by the schools.
That portal bullshit is got to stop.
I agree. I don't like it. But
all college have been destroyed by this, and it's got to
stop. Devastating. Terrible. I feel so bad for them. It's awful. The schools that have money still making even more money. It's horrible. Worst thing that could happen.
It's a carousel. But what I do like about it, it has brought more schools into the picture. So the schools, so you have schools that have money, like the Vanderbilts, Northwestern, Stanford, UVA, schools that are most of the time weren't thought of as schools that'll be in the hunt. Well, now they have big boosters that can just openly give money. And those schools used to be really strict on who they would not allow it. Like Vanderbilt would not allow money to be passed around like that. So you went there to get an education. Well, now they've proven they can get good fast with NIL.
Yeah. And it's not a coincidence that the teams that happen to have the most NIL money available are teams that have a lot of money in the first place, and they just allocate it.
Now, Ohio State has the highest paid minor league football system in the country, but they haven't won the national championship since the NIL started. So
yeah. And my favorite part for the NFL will always be that they don't technically have a minor league. You know, they're doing stuff with like the XFL and some weird funky stuff here and there. Players could go play in the CFL a little bit and all that, but it never really had a real minor league system. College football was the minor league system.
Yeah, well, they did have for a while they had the Europe League. They let their players that they had under contract play in Europe.
Yeah. And Paul here was also kind of included here. FSU just allocated that stadium upgrades and the football only facility. They didn't lose $400 million. They allocated losses. Yes. They need to manufacture losses to make the numbers look good.
Yes.
We're not making money on this. I swear. Where did you get that $400 million from? It's a lot like Eric. How did you get those fancy vintage baseball cards? What? Were you in Dallas recently?
I'm not here to talk about the past.
And I'm with you. I don't think the NIL should have been as much as it is. I don't think these student athletes should be making. They can make whatever. Make your bank, man. Get it while you can, because the schools are using them. But because let's face it, most of these kids, well, not most, some of the kids at some of the schools didn't get education either. So the schools did them wrong in that as well. So they not only did they, and then if they get hurt and they lose their scholarship, they're out of everything. So, because the school can back out of the scholarship if they get hurt and can't play. So there's things like that. So I'm glad the players are getting something.
Got $400 million from the like button. I like it, name. I like it a lot. We've got our own NIL happening here, and it's just.
Yeah, that's baseball, right. Kamar. They won it. That was the last year. Then they started NIL, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Well, before the whole NIL thing, it was like who had the richest boosters. It was the same shit. Eric would refer. We went back to the dignified way of the boosters handing you money under the table. That was the dignified way of doing it.
No, not a fan of that either.
20% of revenue, the big four collectively bargain for sports is 40 to 60. They won't ever get that much, but they likely deserve more. Yeah. They're doing fine. They're doing all right. Eric is raking NIL in from the helmets. It's true. Name, you are correct. And I appreciate you as a commenter since day one. Eric would say so too.
I think he needs to get rid of helmets, though, and pick up Dukes, because he can be down here.
Ooh. Is Duke offering? Can we send Eric through the Mayo transfer portal?
Charlotte has the Duke Mayo Bowl down here.
And that's true.
Get his
That is
face
true.
up on there. That'd be awesome.
Yes. I think that's valid. It's true.
That's disgusting.
Yep. Yeah. So bottom line, I'm pretty consistent on this point. You guys in the chat already know
Okay,
this.
thank you, baseball. Thank you.
I'm very much my stance has always been consistent. If you can get your money and you're good enough to get it, as far as I'm concerned, get your money. I'm never going to tell anybody not to get their
Yeah,
money. Go
I'm
get
the
your
same
money.
way. I'm
Go get your
100%.
Yeah.
But we could talk about it.
Oh, sure. Like I don't have any problem with that. But I always want to lead with, just so we all understand each other. Just to be clear on this, Scott, I always lead with, if you're good enough, get your money.
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
If you're capable,
I'm
by all means.
with you.
If I had been able to play any sport good enough to get money from it while I was in university, yes, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get every dime out of it that I can.
And you ain't got to worry about somebody finding out that you gave a signed card to get a tattoo, and then all of a sudden the NCAA can kick you out.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like it was so far, they might have overcorrected, but it was ridiculous before. Like, oh, you're not allowed to get paid. You're not allowed to charge anybody for an autograph. You're not allowed this. You're not allowed that. I'm like, dude, half your schools are paying people into the table, but you're not allowed. Bullshit. Get out of here. Everybody knew it was happening. Everybody knew it.
Well, I mean,
this game like it's trying to protect.
They set the precedent that EA Sports couldn't use the numbers and likeness of the players, and that's when they sued.
Yep.
And all that, right then, they should have started paying them then.
Mm-hmm. Philly Joe, good evening. We promised trying to get 18 to 22-year-olds to unionize. Yeah, good luck with that. You're lucky if you can get them to. You're lucky if you can get them to agree on any specific thing. Anything.
They probably can't spell unionize without.
At this point, Scott, they can't spell their names.
You're right.
Give them a pen and they'll be doomed. Good evening, Brad. Money grab is bad. Fair enough. Yeah. 5 days to the national. I've heard this rumor. I've heard this rumor. The thing that you're flat tire bike riding towards.
Oh, I don't think
I'll be going that way starting Sunday.
Yep. So let's touch on this, Scott, for a moment. I'm going to grab my beer, but while I do, why don't we touch on this? This is, by the way, this marks the unofficial start to this year's Not National coverage. Scott has been a part of it before. He understands it is a tradition, unlike any other, like the Masters, basically the same.
I had him on my show just to kick it off for that too.
Yeah. On this channel, this is the official start. We are officially kicking off Not National coverage. And as I said with Dan on Cardboard Cynics, which by the way dropped this week, it dropped today.
Very interesting.
Yep. Brand new episode.
Most of it today.
Why did I get a message saying that I was mentioned in it?
You were.
You're almost always mentioned in it.
I don't understand, but I got some kind of text saying that. It's like, first of all, keep my name out of your mouth. That's number one.
Wait, counterpoint. No.
Okay.
Wait a minute. It was respectful though.
That backfired.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I hear your words, Eric, and respectfully, I say no. I will say your name whenever I damn well please.
A lot of people are named Eric.
That's right. How do you know it's you,
I bet
egomaniac?
you're not the only
Just
Eric.
because you have an entire booth at the expo with your name and likeness surrounding everywhere, posters, 8x10s, bobbleheads, you
Bougie
diva.
Eric.
Like I said previously in a previous utterance, Len Potty was right about you.
See that, and it should be named Bougie with no quotes, but Eric in quotes. That's
Well, he charges extra if he includes the bougie nickname.
okay.
It's like an inscription.
You get an autograph for $20, inscription 102.
I got to learn to spell bougie.
Yes. Imagine how many beers you could buy with a few million in college. That'd be amazing. So a quick side note, and then Scott, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions just to lead us into national. So quick side story though, since Baz brought this up, it was funny. We were joking about the whole thing with the Halifax Expo that came a little while ago, and then I did the conversation with Brad about it, and I was telling him, obviously we were talking about as part of it, they had done one of the little parties that they set up at the Alexander Keats factory, and I talked about the whole Alexander Keats thing, but that was true. Like in university, Alexander Keats was the beer of choice that we had in the house. I actually rented out a basement apartment with two other folks, and it was renovated. We had our own kitchen. We had the bathroom, a separate bathroom from the rest of the house and everything. It was actually a pretty good setup, but that's basically all you could afford. Like I actually had the smallest room of the three rooms, and I think it was $400 a month, which was pretty good. Like it wasn't bad. And I was actually right beside the campus. So I wanted to, I could literally cross the street and go over, and you were near the food, and then you could walk downtown and go to they had an entire row of bars, one after another in downtown, Scott, which in a university town is perfect. You literally got bar.
Yeah.
And you can pick whichever, and the bars were different themes depending on what you wanted, what you were interested. There was a sports bar at the end of there. You had an Irish bar, an Irish pub down on this corner. You had this other one that was a little more artsy. You had the one that was based out of the retrofitted hotel. That was the one myself and my buddies frequented. And depending on which part of the school you were part of, Scott, you tended to gravitate towards one of these. And then there were 2 nightclubs at the end of it. So Keith's, like I said, was the Water back in the day. Kind of to this point, though. Imagine how many beers I could buy. Like, listen, I had a $400 a month rent because that was what I could afford, and the utilities were actually very respectable because you were splitting them amongst people.
Right.
Like we were trying to save every single penny. And at that time, if you weren't getting Keith's, you also had a Lakers. I think it was called Lakers, and there was a honey lager that you could get, and it was literally $1 a beer if you bought it by the case. So we would split the money to get a case, and each one of the beers was $1. So we were trying to squeeze whatever money we could out of it. Beer money is important, Scott.
Yes.
It's critical. It's critical. But yeah, so listen, I can't relate, man. We were there splitting $1 a beer cases so that we could have the $1 a beer. Baz says, Scott enjoyed the National. Many heading their weekend traveling there. Yes. Eric is very protective of his image and legacy. That is true.
From you some bitch.
And yet, I have a lawyer on my side, Eric. By the time we're done, I will own everything. Josh, good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
Hi, Josh.
Brad says, beer is way more in Canada than the U.S. That is true. Case of Natty Light in Colorado. Well, hold on. Natty Light? As soon as you say the word light, the word light, we have that. It's called water. We get it out of a tap.
Oh, we went to Natty Ice when they came out with that. So.
Just came in on the Lakeport Honey Lager. That was the one I was looking for. Thank you, Josh. I knew you'd know this reference. I knew you'd know this one. It was Lakeport Honey Lager. That was the one. That was the $1 a beer. But yes, Brad is generally correct, but don't talk about light beer. Light beer doesn't count. Eric, I'm morally offended when somebody grabs a light beer. I'm like, how dare you?
Listen,
Natty Light
water
six-pack was $2.99 a 6-pack.
You have, quote, drank with me, because what I do isn't really drinking, but you have drank with me. You know how I feel about yellow beer. It looks and tastes like piss. It's Guinness or something in that category. I have no interest in yellow piss beer.
That's right. No yellow piss beer, but dirty water, that's the stuff.
Because I'm from Boston, and we love that dirty water.
There you go. Paul confirms. Natty Ice, just piss in a jug and chill it. It's probably about right. Bush Light, again with light. Scott, what is wrong here? What is do you guys not have usable tap water?
Baseball, what part of the country are you in? Because that's what it was when I was in Iowa. Bush Light.
Well, Baz, I think, is now based out of Florida. I think he's based out of, he's out hanging out with the Florida mans. Correct me if I'm wrong, Baz, but I think that's right.
But he said it was our. That's why I was wondering.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
From. That's like
give me King Cobra malt liquor. There you go. Fair enough. Okay.
Malt
liquor is a different conversation.
Well, Red Bull was our malt liquor of choice back before Red Bull was a energy drink.
I was going to say they had a Red Bull malt liquor. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Come into talking.
So let me start off the conversation with this. So like I said, Scott, we got the MGD Miller Genuine Draft. Yeah. So that one I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
That one at least look, it's better than something with a light in it. All right. It's a low bar, but it's better than something with a light in it. So at least I can appreciate that.
Natty was just so cheap.
Yeah. So tell me this, Scott. So obviously you've got your own trip over. I think you've talked about it a little bit already. So you've got the house with some folks that you're going to be setting up at. Now here's a question though. Let me ask this. I want to know. So is the plan to I think you kind of touched on it briefly already, but I'll just reference it now. So is the plan to be at the show a little bit more earlier in the show and then kind of scale back maybe until Sunday? Because I know you like to pop in on Sunday. Or you're going to try to be there a little bit every day, or you're going to stay back for a couple of days, or potentially, what's your thought of how you're going to mix that? I'll come back.
It just depends on the crowd. If I am everything is working correctly on my body, I usually I get there, use my hour early, um, to try to see as much of the floor as I can, each part, a different part every morning. And the crowd starts coming in around 11. We usually go get lunch for a couple hours and then come back in the afternoon and close it down. I'll do that every day. I might not buy. I am taking a video camera with me this year, and hopefully I'll have stuff out every evening. That's the plan. I am. So Joe, our friend Joe, friend of both our channels, Dr. Exclusive, not Dr.
Oh, I thought he was still going by Dr. Disrespect.
No, Dr. Exclusive sent me a text message the other night about something that he saw that was going to be at the show. So I am taking a few cards. Hopefully I can pull a trade off because it's a pricey piece. So
Yeah, sure.
Pricey piece.
That's a valid statement, CC.
Wow.
It goes with this guy right here. So
Yeah, with the Gary Carter. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a valid comment there, CC. Eric, yellow beer tastes like piss. How do you know what piss tastes like? He does live in Boston.
I'm not here to talk about the past.
Baz says college was Carolina for us. All right. There you go.
yeah, that's where I live at now. Bass. Here they're more of a whatever's cheapest.
Yeah. Baz City Brew. PBRs for Eric. I don't know if he can handle PBR. That seems a little strong.
No,
PBR was big in the Richmond area, and
not happening.
They're the ones that sponsor the bull rides, aren't they? Or
no, PBR is just the pro bull riding.
Yeah,
That's what PBR
That's like
is.
MLB, Major
Yeah.
League Baseball.
Yeah,
It's
they
like-
just use the
Yeah.
initials.
Yeah. No, but I thought there was a one of those. It was either bull riding or horse riding or something like that, where it was also sponsored by the beer.
It might be. I don't know. I don't.
I
watch
thought
it.
so. I could be mistaken. I thought there was one of the, like, again, I thought I remember seeing a commercial about this. I thought one of them was sponsored by a beer as well.
I just can't believe they still have it, because with the animal rights activists, that they still even have it. So
Well, that's a different issue. There's money to be made, so I'm sure.
yeah,
somebody's
that's
gonna do it.
right. That's right. That's 100%
Well,
right.
bull riding and bronco busting isn't as bad as, say, like bullfighting. Bullfighting is just barbaric.
Yeah.
Brad says the early hour is the best hour. Trying not to buy during that hour what I saw the day before. Yep, that's fair. Cheapest has always worked and worked. Sometimes again, going back to what I said a little earlier, the buck of beer was the cheapest option available to us at the time. So that made a lot of sense because there was a lot built into that. What's funny though is the reason the Lakeport one though was good, and this was the critical part, Scott, was that the reason the buck of beer was so popular is because it was actually decent. That's the thing. Like, it's one thing, it's cheap, whatever, get what you can get, but actually it was pretty good. Like, the honey lager actually wasn't bad. So it's like, you know what? I'm glad it's a buck of beer because obviously it's more affordable for me. But the fact that it's drinkable is actually, oh, thank you.
Yeah. I went to a bar a lot in my early 20s that had dollar highballs at Fridays at 7 to 8 was our happy hour, I think. So it was kind of like our kickoff spot before we started the night. Yeah,
The pre-drinking is key. The pre-drinking is key.
Yeah, get us tuned
Absolutely.
up.
Well, that was one of the favorite things about that particular time back. Again, Eric always appreciates Guelph, but the last call was 3 a.m. So you got to do your pre-drinking, Scott, because if you don't do your pre-drinking, that can get expensive.
Yes. So y'all's, is that for the whole? Is that with just y'all's town, or because
I think it's. I'll be honest. I think it's based on kind of the municipality and what they want to do. I think you've got a lot of leeway. I don't think there's any specific requirement like, oh, you got to close it, whatever. Most like where I am, I'm in the suburbs. Realistically, a lot of places will be closed by 11 midnight, 1 maybe on the far end of it. Realistically, if there's some event or something, maybe you can keep it open a little bit longer, but that's about it. But in a university town, they're going to give you a lot more leeway because there'll be still people drinking, and last call will be 3 a.m. So
Yeah, ours was 2. And then my town on Saturday night, all the beer had to be off the tables by 11:59.
yeah. You have to be very short and last 8 seconds to ride a bull. Yes. Jim says those ice brewed lagers had higher alcohol content than the regular beer. Bush is 4.3, still kind of low. Bush Ice 5.9, respectable.
Yeah.
All that ice brewed beer was between 5.5 and 6. Decent, Jim. Decent. We used to get the $5 pitchers on Long Island. They also made it super well. I don't remember all those nice. Well, probably you wouldn't. You probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
40 ounce or 250. Yes. Babuzo, oh Cabana Boy, fetch me a fruit smoothie with vodka and umbrella in it. Fancy. We have certain bars at 4 a.m. bars in Chicago. That sounds about right. Yeah, I think in certain big cities, I think you could probably get something comparable to it. I just remember specifically that 3 a.m. and I saw the odd last call back in those days, Scott. The odd last call here and there.
Well, so the big thing where I'm from is after hour clubs.
Sure.
So they would open at 1 in the morning, and you had to buy a membership. That was our way around it. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
That makes sense.
So and they would stay. We would walk out sometimes, and the sun's coming up.
Yeah.
That
The way around. So the way around that is, like I said, last call was at 3. Now, if you knew a bunch of people that played in bands and stuff like that,
Mhm.
then you'd go back and there'd be a house party. So
Right.
the post last call house party. And then Scott, listen, that was in my 20s. I was a younger man back then. They might still be going on. I'm not convinced that party ended. It might still be going on for all I know.
I was doing this up until I moved. I was 41 and still doing dumb stuff, doing young people stuff.
Hey, listen, Eric's still trying to do young people stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't include partying and drinking. It's, hey, let's ride my bike down a mountain really fast.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw the hardest bike ride ever. This 2-foot rock drop. What? I was like, what the?
Eric, you don't even need a bike for that. You can literally just jump off the rock.
I wish it was 2 feet. That was the scariest trail I've ever been on. And
Why did you smack the tree? I didn't understand that part. I kept
Because
watching it going, did he almost hit it? No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Why is he smacking
yes,
the
I
tree?
did almost hit it because I had to get momentum to come up the other rock.
Well, Eric, we can't see that from the camera. You're gonna have to try it again.
So I was aiming for the tree, and if I didn't slam my brakes on and turn, I would have went right into it. But I lost all my momentum, and I couldn't get up the next rock face. So-
Because like on the camera, I was like,
I was tapping it, going, "Can we move this?"
oh,
I think you were disrespecting that tree. I think next time the tree needs to take you out.
It almost did.
It's got to try harder. And crash, it says Philly Joe. These are facts. But yeah, I think that'll be interesting. I'll be curious. I'll follow up with a bunch of you guys. Hopefully you get a chance to do, obviously you say you're going to have the camera and everything. Hopefully you guys get a chance to do a little bit of video. I'll be keeping an eye as we always do. So that'll be kind of fun. I'll talk with folks, kind of keep in touch as the National is going on, and next Friday, we'll see. I never tell it, I always try to tell everybody if they're available and around. What I'll do is I'll talk to them ahead of time. And if any of them want to pop on, then that's always a fun thing, because then we can get a little bit of boots on the ground, see how people are doing and all that by that point.
yeah, I haven't heard anything with the Friday night that usually happens. I haven't heard anything.
Which is the day, which is the Shoeless Joe day?
That's Thursday.
Okay, so yeah, so the day before, okay.
Yeah, and Fridays usually with
Filmington?
Filmington and that group.
Yeah,
So
and I think they're going to do something like that, yeah.
I'm sure. I just haven't heard anything. But yeah, so that's going to be interesting. I'm looking more of seeing what goes on at the show more than I am about the show itself. I just think I don't know if you saw the 10 things that Wesker Griff did today.
I did, yeah, I saw that one, yeah.
So
His predictions.
so he's really thinking that because they sold out of tickets, this is going to be very well attended, but we don't know how many tickets they had up for sale. somebody gave us how many, and it just doesn't sound like a lot. Somebody said it was five. I told you this 5,000 VIP.
Mhm.
It just doesn't sound like that's a lot, and for how many people are going to be there.
But that's the thing, though. Right? Like, I understand that the VIPs and all that are more expensive, but then with those ones, they have to give you more stuff, or they could just send you in herded with the cattle, and you guys will still pay to go in anyway.
Yeah, that was my point. Was like, and I think it's this year more expensive than it's been in a few dollars, not a huge. But see, I've talked about this before. Hey, this year they're going to make it more. They're going to shorten it. So next year, well, people, if they double the price because it's sold out this year, is this a long game where next year they up the price quite a bit and people still buy it because they know there's not many of them to get.
Mhm.
They sold out.
How much is the regular like daily ticket again? Refresh my memory.
28 at the door this year. I think it went up to 30. 28 before, I think.
Yeah. I got to be honest, Eric. Obviously, we joke about it here, and like, we're not really interested in going. But I'm going to be honest. At this point, with the amount of people they can get to come through the door, I don't see why they couldn't charge 40 a day.
Yeah, I think that's what they're setting up for.
They could get away with charging 50.
Yeah, and I could see it.
Wouldn't lose one person.
Yeah, and I think they would. I think they would. But they wouldn't lose enough to offset it. Like the amount that you would still get, like you'd end up making more.
Yeah, they would double their money.
Yeah, and ironically, Scott, if they did lose a couple of people and it actually made it easier to move around, the people inside would actually like it better.
Well, that's so you say not lose. So they might lose somebody that goes every year, but pick up somebody else that doesn't. If that makes sense. So
yeah,
they're still going to sell all the. If they next year. This year was $149 or whatever, whatever I paid. It's right over here. But
so Paul mentioned here, Scott, Pete's Tiki Bar for the spitballing.
Oh, okay. For spitballing, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
But they haven't. I think next year we're going to see a significant price increase, is what I'm thinking, and they're just setting us up for it.
Right now, just putting our capitalist hats on here for a second, I don't see any reason why until you get real pushback.
Right.
Like, because basically if everybody and their brother keeps saying, oh, you got to go at the national, you got to go to the national. Look, if that's what you want to do, that's cool. But understand that if the demand stays strong enough, then why couldn't you squeeze a little more money out of it?
Well, we've been talking about this with a lot of sporting events, and we just saw it with FIFA. They're jacking these prices up and everybody's complaining, but the places are sold out. The only people that it's starting to kind of, you can see the WWE with SmackDown, but the card sucks. If they had a better wrestling card, better program, they might have sold more tickets at a high
but they were a lot more aggressive with the price increase. Like they went straight for the jugular. Like they went so hardcore that they finally figured out how to bleed people dry. They finally managed.
Yeah. So, then they're trying to make the WWE club and all this up. They want more money. So, but Vegas has gone up. Everything has gone up because now they're focusing on the whales spending more money than, the people that come in and don't buy extra stuff. Because the people that's got the money can buy those tickets. They'll come in and buy more souvenirs or whatever, t-shirts.
Mm-hmm. Nomad City here saying Eric's fridge full of Mickey's 12-ounce.
Oh, Mickey's Big Mouth. Love them.
Paul says, I'll be at the Reggie's Rock Club BC concert. Sound way cool in the trade night or whatever Phil's lame ass thing is. It is what it is, man.
Paul?
I know. No, Paul likes to go to a lot of the concerts, and I think they're going to go to a couple different ones. So that's very much on brand. I think they'll need to move to the McCormick Place. If they move to one of the other facilities, they're going to jack the price even more. That'd be interesting, but who knows?
Well, is McCormick Place, is that the one that's downtown? Like
I think so, yeah. I think so.
So the problem with that is there is a tax difference there because Rosemont is not in Chicago.
Yeah.
So, and also you have to pay certain other unionized organizations to be in the city. And also they get the Rosemont for next to nothing because that whole area is owned by the same group of family. So they know you bring in 100,000 people, they're all going to make money.
Yeah,
So
that's a big, all that is a big part of like so the National is an interesting spot because they're technically a nonprofit, but they run the show, they make money quite a bit, but then they also try to get away with whatever is the cheapest way to be like, look, let's put enough to keep this going, Eric. You know, it doesn't have to be too comfortable. Let's not make sure, listen, we don't want these people to get too soft. We don't want it to be too comfortable.
No. You don't want to be comfortable.
Because they could invest more money in making sure Wi-Fi is better. They could make sure some of these things are really good.
I didn't have any, and now this year I probably won't have any service, but I have never had any problem at Chicago having cell service.
Have you been there during the busiest time of the show though?
Yeah.
And you were able to get
I've gone and stayed all day and just, I've been there. I've never had any problem. Even at Cleveland, when everybody was just, or Atlantic City, I had one area near the Fanatics booth and all that I had an issue. Everywhere else, I was fine. So.
Yep. Peter Schrager on NFL Live talked about Fanatics Fest today on the air, how much he enjoyed it. There you go.
All right.
They're promoting it.
You got paid to say that.
Yeah, I would.
The same amount, Eric, that we will accept if they do it. Cut the check.
Good job, Paul. I wish I knew about the Smashing Pumpkins and
Sign me up.
Sevenfold. I wonder how much those tickets are.
Yep. So Paul was kind of mentioning, in reference to the concerts and everything. Wednesday, Smashing Pumpkins. Thursday, Avenged Sevenfold. Friday, Loathe. Loathe, I'm not familiar with. The other two I am.
Is that because me and Wesker Griff were talking, because the same weekend is always Lollapalooza at the same weekend there. And I wonder, because they usually have like some of the clubs and bars will have people pop in and do sets in Chicago. And I'm wondering if that's part of it.
Yeah.
Paul knows.
So to Brad's point here, the union loadout fees, that is part of the consideration. And remember, the dealers are the ones voting. So all those things play into it as well. Now, what the committee can do is they can control what options you have. Like they'll let you vote, but they can control what options you have. But they're very specific about it. Overhead costs are going to National as a non-starter to me. Yep, I get it. I understand. And the National wants the dealers to have more people to sell to. Yes, but there is a delicate balance because you can still make more money and still have lots of people through the door. It's not like, so Scott, you can speak to the last couple of shows. If 10% less people showed up, would the place be empty suddenly?
No.
Yeah.
Well, now you got 90,000 people there.
Well, exactly. Scott, this is the point that I'm trying to make here. But what if they could make 20% more on each ticket, but have 10% less people? That's actually a net gain. Like they'd actually be ahead, and it'd actually be a little more comfortable for you guys. And then you'd be like, oh, this is great. Like I was able to move around a little bit more. And by the way, the dealers would still make money. The dealers would still make money. They do all right. Yeah. So there is a balance. Like there is a magic number where they can get the ticket price to and still get a lot of people through the door. So the dealers will still have business. People will still come in because, again, depending on how much you try to get, some of those people will still come. It's not like increasing it $10 is if somebody's already spending $1,000 for the hotel room, this for this, they're going to eat out. They're going to do all these. You're telling me $10 a day is going to suddenly dissuade them from showing up?
Right. And I don't know what my breaking point would be. Victor said today on his show, on his thing that, or was it yesterday? Whenever he did his thing,
finally say that he owes everything to me.
No, he said somebody got him a ticket, and he got a room. He got a room literally while I think at the show last year for this year, so he is across the street. I don't know how much he's paying per night because they're having a ransom for those rooms. So
yeah. Good evening, Ham.
What's up,
People
Ham?
bring a pic with Eric next to a giant mayonnaise jar and it's 50% off the entry fee for the day. That's true.
Can we back up one, please? to dipshit. Yeah, hey dipshit. I actually thought that was funny Wednesday, about Michelle's fingerprint opens up your iPhone or some shit. You said that was funny. I just want you to know that had me rolling. So that was a good one. You're still a dipshit.
Jim says the Disney theme park model. Yeah, it can work. Like I said, there is a happy medium. There is a balance.
Yeah, because I mean, instead of like turning people away at the door, you increase the price, still make more money, and have less people come. And it's just, and I think, and I've talked about this before. We're groomed. We're sheep. We just follow along, and they're setting us up where people were like, "Oh, we ran out of tickets this year. We better pay up to get them next year at whatever and get them earlier." And I think we're just getting set up for a price increase.
It could be. It could be. Let me pose this question, though. This will kind of play into it as well. So, Eric, let's pretend for a moment that you actually were forced to actually pay for a ticket like a commoner for the sake of this conversation.
I have paid for tickets.
Yes. Now, I can tell you how much the ticket was last time. I can pull it up probably here in a minute. But how much more would it take to increase that ticket price to dissuade you if you actually had to pay per day? Like, how much would we have to increase the ticket price to actually make it kind of like, I don't know. That's tough.
All right. So you're talking about major shows like the National or the Expo.
Yeah. And in this case, I'm going to talk about the Expo. So you're going out of your way. You're coming up. You're driving all the way up. It's November. Maybe Michelle's coming along and you're doing all those things. Maybe you do some other stuff and whatever. But you're going to go in there, harass hockey players, stalk allegedly. You've got all this already pre-booked into your plans. How much do we have to increase the ticket price before you'd even hesitate?
I would start questioning it at $50.
Yeah, so that's close to double what it is now.
Yeah.
So that's a significant increase.
I might just be like, I can only go for one day, maybe two.
Yeah. It wouldn't necessarily cancel the trip, but it would give you some pause. But think about that, Eric. I'd have to double the ticket price.
Oh, yeah.
That's substantial. Like, that's not a small increase. That's pretty substantial. Go ahead, Scott.
So, Brad, they do have that. And they used to have the ticket on their regular website. Now you have to go, and I think you have to apply for it through TriStar to get that super duper VIP pass where you get fast. You're in the front of every line. You bypass all the commoners. They're the people that are there to get as many, and there's a bunch of people there that just there to get autographs. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
So they do have something like that.
Yeah. So I'm just posing it as a question. For me, at the end of the day, I understand. Like, when we talk about the Expo, obviously we have the connection to be able to get dealer passes in this case. So, we kind of bypass that anyway. So it's fine. Again, we're very appreciative of the folks that make that available to us. Very appreciative.
Yeah, God, yes.
Well, remember, I'm adjacent too when I come up there. So remember,
you'll have to actually make it up at some point, Scott.
I know.
The point is that though, for most of my time at the Expo, for most of the years, well over 20 years worth of Expos, I did pay like everybody else, just paying at the front door. Either I get the pass for a couple of. I used to go to the Expo basically one day because that's about all it was worth for me to do. And also the show was much smaller back in those days. You could make the trek around a little bit easier. As the years have gone by, I have to hold court. There's a lot of things, Eric, there are a lot of responsibilities.
My first 2 years I paid. So I have paid.
Well, you should twice.
And I paid, and I had to wait in line and come through the front door and have my wristband and the whole thing. So I've done that twice.
So just to I misspoke. So it has gone up already. I paid $199 for VIP this year. So I remember the first time I got it was $149. So within 10 years, it's already gone up $50. But I really do think I think it's going to be significant next year. Maybe $250, $300.
Yeah. So to Jim here, it won't dissuade folks who fly in, but it would like to dissuade the casual walk-up locals. I totally agree with you. The reason I posed the question, though, is I said, look, that's why I said a moment ago, I'm not suggesting they should quadruple or quintuple the price. What I'm saying is there is a number though, because if you can get almost record number of people in through the door the last several years, which has been the case, there's been a ton of people. That is suggesting you have enough demand that you could probably increase the price a little bit. And even if you did drop a couple of people, there is a magic number. I don't know what the sweet spot is. I have no idea. It might be $5 more and suddenly it ruins the whole thing. I don't know. I don't have an answer. But there is a number. Whatever that number is, there is a magic number that then it becomes less worthwhile, that you would want to stay under that. But you could hit that number and still get a lot of people through the door and make a lot of money off of it. And it's on them to figure out what that magic number is, because clearly, Scott, when you're filling up the aisles over and over again right now, it means you may not want to hear this. It means the price is too low.
No.
Yes, I agree. I was shocked to see the daily price stay within a couple of dollars this year. Now it used to be 20 when 10 years ago to get in every day, and it's gone up a little bit, but
you know. But imagine you're a family of 4 flying in, right? So you're a family of 4. It's 4 plane tickets, you know, a hotel room, maybe 2 hotel rooms, depending on the situation, for 4 or 5 days, and now you have to buy passes for all 4 of you for those 4 days. That if you start bringing the price up more and more and more and more, some people are going to have to make some hard choices.
Yeah. I just think, though, they're going after, when they do this, because your next one, I would like to speak on that next one, but
yeah,
they're setting us up for this. They're already doing it in all entertainment brackets.
Yeah,
because their thought process is the people that can afford to come in and buy more stuff. They don't care about me, you, the average Joe working guy that you're thinking they're having this problem. They're thinking of the 4 upper class or people that are willing to put it on their credit card. Those people are hardcore. They're going to come in and spend more money.
Mm-hmm. Now, one important thing, Scott, one important thing that you kind of touched on here, really, I think is a good point. I think one key piece to this is that you talked a little earlier about SummerSlam. Mm-hmm. So, Eric, here, since you're not up on this, I'll quickly give you the short version.
Okay.
SummerSlam, obviously, you're familiar with the show, but this most recent, the current iteration of it,
yep,
WWE has been struggling to sell tickets. They have pushed the envelope so hard on price. The product is mediocre, which is not a good thing. That's not going to help. But the prices have been so exorbitant. They have squeezed every little bit, like whatever they can do to make an extra buck. They have tried, and they've been doing it the last several years. Combine that with a mediocre show, they got to the point, Eric, that they have now had to resort to offering $25 tickets in some sections.
Wow.
For arguably their second biggest show of the year, maybe Royal Rumble, maybe we could argue, Scott, but SummerSlam is like massive.
Yeah,
but they've turned a Royal Rumble into a stadium show too. Like, understand that's a big show as well. But SummerSlam, for the sake of the conversation, let's call it the second biggest show of the year.
Yep.
And they were struggling to sell tickets so badly that at first, Scott, Eric, they were 25% off, and then suddenly the code, you can now in certain sections get $25 tickets. And they're literally trying to give these tickets away to make the stadium feel more full because it's a stadium.
Yeah. Right. Well, because they haven't even opened, because they sell certain sections before they open up the next section, and they haven't even opened up any of those sections yet.
Correct. So that's the other end of this conversation. The reason I'm mentioning this is the extreme end of the conversation. It is where you have pushed the price so far that now you have in fact driven away a lot of the audience. And now you are forced to discount. You're actually forced to be like, okay, so hey guys, please come buy tickets to our show. $25 tickets, right? That's okay, right?
And wrestling historically has been like for the common person, right?
It's been more affordable, yeah.
It's not bougie. It's blood and sweat, and especially during the during the Monday Night Wars, it was, kind of dirty and sexual. And I mean, this was not for the bougie.
Wow, this is like a manual space watching session for you. Settle down.
So this was the wrestling has never really been for the bourgeoisie and the upper class. It is for the common folk.
It is now.
The redneck, whatever, right?
Not anymore. It ain't the wrestling anymore.
No,
So that's what I'm saying.
It is the wrestling. Eric.
Yes,
Wrestling.
Well, right.
that's
So
why they got
wrestling.
people from all over come into.
And now, right, people are flying in on their private jets to go to WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what this entertainment, this form of entertainment was built on. It was built on wrestling and people with missing teeth and the blue collar people, and that's why I was in love with it.
Well,
But Eric, the solution. Hold on, Eric. The solution is WrestleMania 43 will be in Saudi Arabia. That'll fix it.
Yeah, I know, right?
So that'll be the end of it all. But
the
whole thing is, so at COVID, everybody thought they were going to have to really lower prices for people to come back.
Yes.
And what they figured out was they tried that and it didn't work. So what they did was, we'll boost it up and make it cool to come to this stuff. So only the top tier people will come, and the diehards that are going to pay money to come do this. And then it will make it cool. So now modern people will come, and spend more upspend.
It's
and
like
that's
nobody that was in that stadium when the Knicks won the championship were normal everyday people.
Well, that's where the Super Bowl is.
Eric, billionaires are people too, Eric.
So,
say that again.
Billionaires are people too, Eric.
Yeah, sure. They believe that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just. But when Brendan said that, it's always been a class, and it's when they build these new stadiums. Look behind the, look behind the home plate. They're all cushy chairs. They got waiters and waitresses. They got TVs. They got hand and feet warmers. It is a class system, and I'm on the top deck. That's just the way it is. We strive to get to the low, and we're in a tier system.
I haven't been to a Bruins hockey game in probably 10 years. I can't. I mean, can I afford it? Yes, I can afford it. Do I think it's worth it? Am I willing to spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars for me and my family to go to a game? No, I'm not doing it. It's not right.
And I mean, and that's I said that when all these people. So I see somebody. Just made me think of this when these companies. People in the collecting world started getting bought up by the millionaire class that is all business first, and everybody's like, oh, they're a collector. Well, they collect money. That's what they collect in companies, and we're seeing that. I mean, they're trying to adjust to people that are going to spend the money. And the rest of us just kind of get what's left. And I'm okay with that because I like what's left most of the time. I'm okay. I talked about
most
it last
of the time.
week.
I'd rather watch it from my living room eating a pizza anyway.
Yes.
Right?
Well, so I'll touch on that in a second because a lot of times that can be a better experience for a lot of folks. Let me read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up. And there's also one thing I'll mention based on that. That's the thought that I had as we were talking. Yeah. Bobby here says, new rule for the expo. People under 5'7" are free. So how tall are you now, Eric?
5'6".
Aha! The story changes. I see.
Nice one, Bobby.
I can sell out my principles real quick.
Andy. Or is it Andy?
Yes. It depends on what the commercial. It depends on what the ad read says.
Right.
The card market won't always be this hot. By the way, Andy, I'm appreciating the ad reads. Good job by you. The risk in losing people there before it's cool. Yeah, and that's what the conversation we're having. It is a national conversation. We're just saying.
Yeah,
and we're using these other examples.
Yeah,
and we're using these other examples though because it is valid. So I'll give you kind of a quick story based on the same thing we've talked about it before. I mentioned already that I've been to over 300 Jays games plus comfortably at the Dome. I call it the Sky Dome. It's the Rogers Center technically now, whatever. But
Sky Dome.
We got our Rogers overlords anyway. Here, I'll tell you this. I went to a game last year because as part of a thing I was doing with the Maple Leafs baseball team, I actually got tickets and we were in a suite. So we were basically living it up like Eric, Scott. We were living the fancy life. But I'll tell you this. The new renovations, it looks fantastic. Like I was there and I got a chance to look around and everything. Like it looks great. They've got these different sections. They've got the Corona section where people are like partying and hanging out. For the people that are in these different sections, I'm sure they're having a great time with it because it's very nice. It is extremely nice. That said, the tickets are way more expensive, number one. And number two, back in the heyday, I remember my first Jays game that I went to was 1991. It was against the Baltimore Orioles, and it was Cal Ripken Jr.'s MVP season. And at that time, Eric, the way we were able to get a ticket is because my aunt worked for Shoppers Drug Mart, and they had access to a handful of things up in the nosebleeds because they were selling out and it was over 50,000 capacity, and they were selling out all the time. Right. Today, the sellout is about 40,000. They removed 10,000 seats, Eric, but that means that the average seat, the price went
right.
We compensated.
And so now they're selling an event instead of a baseball.
Correct.
And that's what we're doing now. It's like You can't just go to a game or go to the park, or you got to have an event. You got to have, what do they call it? Things that happen while you're there, the triggers or whatever they're called. You got to have all this special stuff. And, I that's fine. I'm not trying to be an old guy and say whatever. No, they can do whatever they want. I'm not paying into that. I yop out. So, and I don't know what the ticket price would have to be for me to go. I'm not going it. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, but the point that I was making, I just wanted to give an analogy from my experience because, again, as somebody who had been to the Dome for so long, for decades, I literally attended games. I was a season ticket holder for a season. And all you need to know about how quickly things change. I was a season ticket holder in 2013, which is not 100 years ago.
All right.
2013. And it was $600, and it was for the 500 level. And they gave me a team starter jacket. This is like a $300 jacket. I got free this. I got a $200 food voucher, Eric.
Jesus.
They were doing everything short of giving me the seat to take home with me. Like they were giving away all kinds of stuff to get us. By 2014, when they asked for my renewal, the exact same seat that I had previously purchased was up to $1,500. Yeah, it went from $600 to $1,500 in 1 year.
Yeah, they can suck that.
And I was like, and I was said, nope, I thank you. I appreciate. Now, at the end of the season, they gave me an autographed baseball in a nice little holder and everything as a thank you for being a season ticket holder for the season. Hey, I enjoyed my year as a season ticket holder, Scott. I can say that I was a season ticket holder for that season. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I brought some friends to some games and everything. It was cool. Never again, because I'm not paying for that.
Yeah.
What do you enjoy more? Being able to say that you were a season ticket holder for your beloved Blue Jays, or that you're part owner of the Green Bay Packers?
The answer, Eric, is a definitive, no questions asked, yes. Power. Stuke says, TV games used to be free, but some sports are on 5 different Patreons. So that is true. So even our TV, we can't even have it on TV. Without complication.
You guys, fun. Eric likes cycling. I have to pay extra to watch it because.
Well, you should.
I have to pay HBO. Right? I got to pay for HBO, which I have to stream HBO. I have nothing on there I'm interested in, and not only that, I have to pay extra for the sports package on the HBO Max Plus, whatever the hell it's called, the streaming service. So I have to pay HBO twice so I can watch cycling.
So let me get this straight. You not only have to pay for HBO, you pay more to see a package. Whose package?
Oh, good God.
Eric usually uses the incognito tab to see packages.
Oh, okay.
I also get the Peacock streaming service, which I
the Peacock. Okay, so the packages on there too.
Now we're knowing package.
I have no interest in anything that's on the Peacock streaming service.
Oh, I'm sure you don't. Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
Icon.
I bet if Puck Peterson was on the Peacock, you'd be watching.
No, she is on the HBO sports pack. That's how we watch.
I had the Peacock when they had the wrestling because it was free if you had the Peacock. And now they went to Netflix and you got to pay. Well, now I have Netflix for free through T-Mobile, but you have to pay ESPN and
right.
But don't you love, Scott, that on Netflix that you pay for, you still get to see plenty of commercials? They give you a crap ton of ads.
I don't watch it on there. I just go to YouTube and watch the highlights the next day and go, why does people watch this crap?
And then we got to put people through the Slim Jim table, Eric. The Slim Jim table.
Yes.
They got to have ads on our plunder that we're hitting people with. James here says, in the end, consumers need to be smarter across all products. I agree, cosign. If someone is dumb enough to pay for something, don't hate those collecting cash. I don't. So just to be clear on my story, I'm not hating. They're within, Eric, I am consistent on this point. They're within their rights to charge whatever the hell they think they can get in the marketplace. If the marketplace will pay for it, then so be it. I can still say that for me, the price proposition didn't make sense. I did enjoy having the season tickets for the 1 year. And Scott, I bought that for myself as for my 30th birthday present to myself. I enjoyed it. I had a good time with it. But when the price increased past the point that I was comfortable, I said, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Yep.
But I had a good time with it for the time that I had it.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way to hang out in VIP section with people I actually like. That is an issue. Watching game on TV, but it started in the second period, indeed. Never went to Exhibition Stadium before my time. First game that I attended was 1991. By that time, Exhibition Stadium was gone.
That was Toronto, was Exhibition Stadium?
Yeah, Exhibition Stadium was over where they've got the exhibition now. They actually, the Argonauts played there. The Argonauts' biggest boom period, I want to say in the 70s, when the Argonauts were probably at their apex, they were playing games out of Exhibition Stadium over there. The Jays started in Exhibition Stadium, and I think they were out of Exhibition. Somebody could fact check me. I think the last year they played in Exhibition was 89, and then the Dome started in 89 as well.
Yeah, because for some reason, I was thinking Exhibition Stadium was Montreal, but
that's Olympic Stadium.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yep. Didn't like the starter jacket. I've got my starter jacket. What's funny, Bob, is for the $1,500, Eric, the starter jacket was gone. So they charged you more and you got less. I got a way better deal. Like they almost paid me to take the season tickets in 2013. 2014, they're like, no, you will pay. And you'll be lucky we even let you have the tickets. They'll be like, okay, we're good. We're good, sir. You keep your stuff. The Blackhawks in the 90s put all their playoff games on pay-per-view in Chicago. That does not surprise me.
That sucks.
What a coincidence. Emmanuel, the entire series on HBO. I know.
Well, it's
Thank you for bringing that up. Eric, you know what this means.
Yep.
Well, guess what? Because you're poor.
I hate being poor.
Cage said it best indeed. Who do they carry cycling on any network? Well, actually, funny story, Baz. The reason it costs so much money is because Eric has to get the cycling made with the AIs. There is no real cycling. Nobody covers that shit. Eric has to literally engineer an entire cycling event so that he and his mother can watch it. It's all an elaborate ruse.
It's really, his mom paid somebody in the next room over. There's just two people with sticks, got people on bicycles.
With puppets. Puck Peterson! Puck Peterson is winning the race! Oh my God!
Look,
this is amazing!
It's
a photo finish! It's so close! Oh my God!
You're going to get Mom mad. You keep making fun of Puck Peterson.
They're just riding because nobody wins.
Right.
I think she'll appreciate the voices. The voices, I think, is what's going to sell it.
She's going to get mad. You keep making fun of Pucky. She loves her Pucky.
Pucky? No, Pucky. You're on nickname basis
you're
with
making
Pucky.
fun of your mom. No, we're not anymore. You're making fun.
She loves her Pucky. You're going to be in trouble.
That's okay. I have a Colombian mother. I fear nothing.
I hope she's not listening. Woo.
Baz says, imagine how much cycling coverage would cost if the cyclists all had bicycle seats. That is true. Repeat that, Scott.
I hope Miss Wade does like her bicycling riding puppets. Right?
Oh, amazing.
Watch,
oh my God. It's a photo finish.
Look.
It's almost there. Ah, Puck Peterson. Very exciting. Moving on. Brad says the ads of the radio broadcast make them unlistenable. Every time they say the word power play, they have to say the sponsor's name with it. Yes, fair. I hear you. Yeah, I thought it was 89. Thank you for confirming, Bez. Rick, finish all about cards. Can't wait to borrow some money from the Pelican Case kids next week. Yes, you should. They got lots of money. They're like the bank. Let's see. Wads of cash coming out of those cases. Yes. Jerry Park was Montreal. The original stadium. Yes.
Yeah,
but no, when he's saying the stadium, though, that's Olympic Stadium. But yes, Jerry Park was the original, the OG.
Is that where the Montreal Royals played at?
That one I don't remember. I'm not sure about that one. I know that so Gary Carter obviously would have played in Jerry Park because that was kind of what that was the era for it. Olympic Stadium was for the Olympic Games, so that would have been 76. So after 76, basically, Montreal would have been playing in Olympic Stadium, but prior to that, it would have been Jerry Park.
Okay.
Bed City, I do indeed have a share of Green Bay Packers. I was able to purchase. So actually, you may appreciate this. The biggest issue with that whole thing was that for most of the years, you couldn't buy it in Canada. That was the problem. And the reason for it, Scott, was funny. The reason actually is a very silly one. It is because although you cannot technically sell the shares and there's no dividend or anything, it's still considered a stock certificate.
Oh,
so
really?
you still have to get it approved through imagine if you're buying a stock for any company.
I was wondering if that was the reason.
So they had to be able to do that and sell it to other countries. So I almost missed it. I actually was able to catch it at the last minute that they were finally able. They had cleared the legal hurdles they needed so that I could actually purchase the stock certificate, Eric. Imagine the hang up was that they hadn't been able to go through the approved channels to be able to sell a stock certificate that I make no dividends on and that I can't sell.
So here's my before I take off, I'm gonna have to leave here in a minute to get to bed. But Eric promised us a bad story when we had enough viewers. Do we have enough viewers?
Ooh, tell the people, Eric.
What? It's not a bad story.
All of your stories are bad stories.
I mean, a story. Did I say bad? That was supposed to be the quiet
I think you said what you meant.
I think that was supposed to be the quiet part. Thank you, Stu.
I don't have a story.
I thought it was some bicycle story that we were supposed to hear that you're going to.
I've decided I'm going to keep my stories to myself because you all make fun of me and hurt my feelings.
We will make fun of you either way. Brad, these legal hurdles, listen, this is the same problem we have when we try to sell the sports cards. Is it that Eric broke the Ruby stick story? No.
I never broke the stick. I did not break the
stick. Was done in anger.
But
in rage.
Whoever ended up with it probably thinks that it's a little bit more game used than it really was.
Fuck you, Bobby Orr, and your flopping ways. You worthless piece of shit. That's the part that was included in the uncut version of it. Eric has a lot more anger involved. What do you have to say for yourself, Eric? Your disrespect for Bobby Orr. How dare you? What would Willie O'Ree think if he was still alive? Len Potty was right about you.
Oh, good God.
Rick says, if I hear one more Cars for Kids radio commercial, I'm going to freak. Those kids have to be as tall as Eric now, maybe.
I'm 5'8", damn it.
Oh, you're not if you get free tickets by being 5'6". Oh, no, you change your tune real quick.
I'll sell out. I don't care.
Change your tune real quick over there.
Real quick. I'll sell out.
Well, fellas, I'm going to take off because I do have to get up to go to work in the morning. I will contact y'all about my week and stay tuned. Hopefully some fun stuff will be talked about. So.
All right. Safe travel.
Sounds good. Take it easy, Scott.
All right. Thanks for having me on, and I will see you.
See ya.
And as Scott takes off, we tag in the Burrell. Good evening, Bobby.
God, he left. No, just kidding. Hey, guys.
How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, bud.
It's going all right. How are you?
Hot again in here. It wasn't even a hot day. For some reason, it's warm in here. I don't know why. What's going on?
Well, there's a little bit of humidity. It's not too bad today.
Yesterday, last night was beautiful. Like shit.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Yep.
That's why I'm
so are things?
wearing.
So how are things?
Things are great.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm keeping busy. I took a pause on the videos for a little while.
Sure.
Just too much time, so much time involved. And I'm doing some research, deep dive on the original, the bobbleheads. Actually, I did a bobblehead video on separating the hockey ones between Canada and the United States. And then I started digging in, and I found actually all the original company information. And I went through the Japanese patent website. Complicated place, I'll tell you. But after 10, 12 hours of searching there, I finally found some original patents and stuff like that, and some great information. So I guess I'm going to have to straighten out the bobblehead market there a little bit. They got the dates wrong and stuff. So, fairness, I don't want to do it, but it's baseball, it's basketball, it's all the other ones. So, anyways, that's what I'm doing. It's all research and fun, and I enjoy myself doing that kind of stuff. I haven't watched any videos anywhere of anybody, so it's just taking a pause. I don't need to know what's going on with PSA anyway, so I'm good.
Well, right now, there's not really news-wise. There isn't a lot going on. For the most part, it's just to build up the national stuff. I think that's fun. And that's mostly just poking some fun with it. I think it's mostly just whatever entertainment you get out of it. That's really what I'm kind of focusing my attention on, because news-wise, there's really nothing crazy going on. I will tell you, maybe as an aside, this is kind of concept-wise. I think a lot of the companies, and this includes the grading companies, it includes the manufacturers, it includes everybody. I've said it before, but I'm going to reiterate it now. A lot of them, I don't know who the hell's in charge of their PR departments. They're doing a terrible job. They know how to do certain things on social media, but I'll give you an example, like a serious example.
Yeah.
I talk about the other YouTube channel I have with the wrestling cards, right?
Yeah.
So obviously I'm happy to talk about anything that's coming up with that. So I try to keep an eye out. I'm actively trying to keep my eye out open. So this will follow me with the point I'm about to make. Eric, I didn't know. I knew the product existed, but I had been waiting for a checklist so that I could talk about it on that channel. Panini, although they've lost a bunch of their licenses, they still have a license for Major League Wrestling, MLW, which is actually an outfit. I think, I think it used to be owned by one of the guys that worked in WWE and such. Major League Wrestling, I'm familiar with. They still have some recognizable names from WWE previous that are on there. And actually, the checklist even includes Ric Flair. It includes Mystico, who's very famous in Mexico, and a bunch of other wrestlers. But Ric Flair is part of it as well, and some other names. Jake the Snake Roberts is in the checklist. So there's some interesting inclusions in there.
Luchadors.
So I'm like, okay,
wow.
That's kind of cool. So I'm glad that somebody, Panini lost the WWE license to Fanatics. So I'm glad they're still producing a wrestling card product, even though it's a little bit more off the beaten path. I was curious. I was like, oh, that'd be cool. I'd be interested. I would be happy to make a video on it, do the checklist, explain and talk through it and everything. Eric, do you know when the product, for the longest time, the release date was nebulous? Like I couldn't find a release date for it. I knew it existed. I knew they were working on it. I knew they were going to release it. Do you know when they actually release it?
No.
Today.
Oh, cool.
That's how good a job they did promoting it, Bobby. I literally saw a YouTube video where somebody got it into their hands and opened it. And I was like, they actually released. So then I went and I was finally able to find the checklist. I was able to, like, wouldn't it be a good idea to promote this? Like a little better? So, like I'm actively following wrestling card accounts and I had no idea that the product had come out.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Eric, as an aside, not only was it available, I was literally able to purchase it from the Panini's website. I was able to purchase it from the manufacturer. And by the way, the price point is reasonable.
What's
Imagine
reasonable?
if you actually $80
for
a hobby box
of
for the box of the product.
how many packs in there?
So that one is a 1-pack 10-card product.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, and go look at what Fanatics is charging for the same, $800.
Oh yeah, it's just,
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
So Panini is a legitimate manufacturer. They are producing it. Inside, you get 2 autographs. You get
Yeah,
2
that's-
autographs. You
oh,
get a couple
really?
of numbered cards. Yeah.
wow.
For what
So-
it is, it's in today's marketplace. Based on what today's marketplace is, to guarantee 2 autographs, a couple of numbered cards, and a couple of some inserts they include in there and everything.
It's
that's
all
fine.
goods. Yeah.
That's fine. It's fine. But there's no promotion, Eric. My point is, I'm actively seeking it out, and I wasn't aware.
That's crazy.
I was uninformed, and I had to go, and I was like, "What the?" So I actually went and purchased 2 boxes, and I'm having them shipped to me. So I will open it up for the channel and talk about it.
Do you follow? I'm just curious. Do you follow Panini on social media, Instagram?
A little bit.
Look
Yeah,
at
I
it?
do. I'm not like super heavily because there's a lot of products they have that I don't care about.
You would think they'd be pushing.
They have it on their website, up and coming.
Promote the damn thing. Promote the damn thing. Like, here's the thing. They've lost so many licenses. So my point that I'm making here, they've lost so many licenses that you should be doing your best to get out the word for the stuff you got. If you have something to sell, Eric, wouldn't it make sense for you to promote, especially to people that would be inclined to perhaps at least discuss your product? What a concept. What an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just to put it another way, like at this point, I've talked to the right individuals. I've been able to do that. I get emails from the Upper Deck folks with some of the checklists and stuff. So I have a little bit of information. So if I have a checklist out, then I know the product's imminent and I can talk about it. Great. I just talked to them. I go, well, obviously I was able to chat with a few folks. I was able to get on that mailing list. That's all I ask. Just give me a little information so I've got something to go off. Great. So at least I have that, Eric. But with this one, like Panini wasn't a small player. Like, why didn't you tell anybody other than I just randomly came across it? Otherwise I would have never have known.
They were, I don't know. Who knows?
I guess you don't want to sell the product
for the redemptions, and they still couldn't.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to sell the product. So that's my underlying point, Eric. I'm saying like you literally have a product to sell, and you are not doing a tremendously good job because again, it's a very niche category here, and there aren't too many people that are willing to talk about product that is not WWE. I'm one of those folks. So like, make it easier for me to find the information that I'm looking for when I'm actively looking for it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because how are you supposed to buy the product if you don't know what's in it?
Exactly. Good evening, Dave.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Mark says, I was in a card store the other day and Bobby Orr's brother-in-law came in. Random. Interesting.
So Mark, I'd be curious to ask, and I don't know if you even know this or not. Was it his sister's husband that they were, because his sister and brother-in-law were running Great North Road, and when he just pulled up stakes and went to Upper Deck, they pretty much lost their business, their income, the whole thing. So from what I understand, there might be a little heat on that side of the family. Or was it like his wife's brother or something? So I don't know if you know the answer to that question, but if that's his like sister's husband, I would love to talk to that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, and his brother. I don't know if his brother's still alive. He was an older brother, so because he used to run the store that they had in Perry Sound. Yeah, they had a sporting goods store, and it ran for about 4 or 5 years, something like that. So, who knows?
So Zach here says, "Question: Did you talk about Eric Michael on Cardboard Cynics?" Yes, 100% yes. Don't really get why people are dragging him for the same things he's doing for you. That's not the point. I understand what you're saying, but that's not the point. There's a lot of entertainment value to be had in our good buddy Eric Michael. And the answer to your question is yes. Absolutely watch the episode on Dan's Vintage Baseball PC channel. Like it, subscribe, love it.
Did we talk about Eric Myers?
Eric Michael did something that I thought was impossible. He made Boston Card Hunter look good. So
no, that doesn't happen.
It happened, man. No, the story was good, Bobby. Like this particular story was so good. I enjoyed it so much. I brought that one to the table. It was solid. Real solid.
That was you.
I liked it.
That was all you.
I was a fan. Brad says, I think in Panini's case, excusable. They had to have laid off almost everyone losing everyone. I understand. But I feel like, look, I get you're not wrong, Brad. I'm just pointing out that I feel like a lot of I'm using Panini as an example here because I have a specific example with them. But I feel like all the companies are doing a terrible job with this. Like hire an intern, like anything. I don't even know. Like, honestly, just find one person who can send a couple of emails, make a couple of social media posts. I shouldn't have to be seeking it out when you're trying to sell a product. If you're trying to sell a product, I shouldn't be having to work hard to figure out it even exists. I already knew it existed. But in this case, what is the checklist? What's in it? What's the configuration? When is it being released? These are rather important
Those are tough
details.
Questions,
They are, but they're rather important details. Oh, what's the price point? Like, these are things that would be good to know coming into the whole thing. And I didn't know the answer to basically any of these questions up until earlier today. So this weekend, I will record an episode, Eric, because now that I know what the fucking checklist is, I can talk about the checklist.
So would you have ordered if you didn't see the checklist?
Oh, I always check the checklist. It's always worthwhile to check the checklist.
No,
the price
would
point
you
was
have
okay.
ordered, though? Or would you have to wait till it drops and find out what's in it first?
Well, a lot of time depends on
or
the
you're
company.
Committed any which way.
If the price point was okay, Bobby, I'm willing to take a gamble because at $80 US, is not that bad for the type of product that it was. Because I saw the configuration. Once I saw what the configuration was and I see that you're guaranteed the autos and everything, I'm like, that's acceptable. Does that mean I'm going to get some amazing cards out of it? Not necessarily, but I watched the one break from the one guy who bought a couple of them, and it looked all right. I thought the product looked decent for what it was. And again, I'm scaling based on what the current price point is on a lot of stuff today. If I was trying to buy a WWE Fanatics product, it'd be $500 for the same thing.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there like, okay, for $80, I'll buy a couple of boxes. I'll open them on the channel. I'll have a video on the channel, and I can speak to their quality in person.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with that. But if it had been like a wacky price point, then no, then I'm not going to buy it. But I do want, my preference, Bobby, is to see the checklist, because then it gives me a better idea of what I'm getting into going into it. And then I can decide, because if they had nothing in it and it was still the $80 and it was one card and you're guaranteed nothing, I'm like, no, thank you. I have to look at what you're offering relative to the price point.
Of course.
Baz says, people know what's in the product line today, or are they pulling out? Wait, people know what's in the product line today, or are they pulling for hits? We know the answer. No, most of the time you're pulling for hits. Yeah, that's a big part of it. Expecting wrestling card influencers to talk about anything non-WWE is a tall task. Exactly. So that is the reason why I'm explicitly going out of my way to do that. On that other YouTube channel, I'm specifically going out of my way. I will talk about the WWE cards, because obviously they're the biggest brand in the space. I respect that. But I'm going out of my way to talk about the non-WWE stuff, specifically because it's not the WWE stuff. Because if you want to hear about the WWE stuff, all the other guys are going to talk about that anyway.
So you're the only person covering it, right?
I'm going specifically out of my way, Bobby, to try to get offer coverage.
Well, that's a good service anyways, right? So
yeah, well, it allows people the chance to see some of this stuff, because there is some interest in they would like options, because right now they're force fed. If they go to some of those other alternatives, like you can have WWE, you can have any color you want as long as it's black. Okay, great. That's not really options. Thank you.
Seabiscuit, yes, sir.
Yeah. Zach says, I'll watch. I started to watch, got busy. No worries. Yeah, 100% a scam. Well, just curious why it seemed like people are now catching on.
Zach, be aware. The Eric Michael stuff is way into the episode.
Oh, listen, do not have them bypass. Treasure Trove is gold, Jerry.
Treasure
gold
Trove is 40 minutes of absolute gold.
It's good stuff. Beth says, spent a 7-hour day twice at a local card shop going through Valley boxes. Shop is 75% sport, 90% of the patrons, and it was busy. Came to buy TCG and chasing hits hard. Cost is no object. Yeah, fair enough. I get you. WWE fans don't like wrestling like NASCAR fans don't like racing. It's not like they're a little bubble. It might as well not exist. Both are sad fan bases. Fair, Paul. That's fair. Yeah. So I try to offer that alternative, Bobby. I remember I did a video where I specifically said, I am going to offer an alternative here because I know this particular group is underserved. There's plenty of options if you want to hear about WWE stuff, because they're the biggest player in the space and they've spent so much money to promote. Plus they're with Fanatics now. There's plenty of money behind that property. They don't need my help. I would like to at least help out the other side of the equation, because there's people that would like to collect the alternative because maybe they don't like what WWE is offering.
Mm-hmm.
So heaven forbid they have another option, and maybe somebody should cover it. And that's basically what I'm doing on that channel.
Gotcha. I'd like to chime in about something you guys were talking about. You know, the cost of getting in the expo and the nationals. Obviously,
yeah, sure,
a fair bit different. But
sure.
You know, the expo. What were we talking? It's doubling in price. You're saying to get in?
Sorry, repeat the question.
The expo, are they increasing their cost too to get in?
No. I posed it as a hypothetical. I was asking if I asked if I wanted to.
And Eric said at $50. Really?
That's what
cheap, son. And it's not even $50 because it'd be like 35 US.
Well, exactly. No. Eric is super cheap. He spends all his money on fancy schmancy fake AI bike racing because it doesn't exist. So the point though is, no, I use the example, Bobby, because of the hypothetical, because number one, really the price point is fine for what it is. And number two, I have to be fair about this. This doesn't apply to us anymore. Because we're not buying the VIP passes anymore. We're not buying the single ones. Like you're setting up, you've got a dealer badge there, and I've got access to a variety of different dealer badges there. And Eric basically hides under the floor until people look away, and then he suddenly sneaks in.
He's only 5'6", so.
Yeah, he's fine.
5'6". What the heck? He's 4'8".
Well, it's free if you're under 5'7".
He's wearing stilts. He's wearing stilts.
He wears stilts. Okay. Or is it like on that weird metric system? He's like,
well, Eric is not actually part of America. He prefers the metric system. He only wants to speak in meters.
Mm-hmm.
So could you convert it into meters for him?
I have a subject I would like to bring up if we get to it. If we can get to it.
All right. So Bobby, just again, it's a hypothetical because I wanted to still pose the question because I think there is a price point that would dissuade people, but I think people would be surprised how high it is depending on the situation.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to chime in at. With the price being, even if it doubled, you're still going to get the same people. You know, collectors are collectors. They want to go to the show. They might not go for 3-4 days, like the whole thing, but they're going to go one day for sure.
Sure.
So, you know, I don't think it dissuades anybody from going. If you're going to go to the national, and it's like what does Scott say, $199 for a pass or something like that. So
for one of the passes.
Yeah, he said it's went up $50 in the last 10 years. So that's not so bad, really. And it's an event, and it's once a year. Like the expo is twice a year. We get that benefit, whereas once a year, a couple $100 is, I know there's hotels, there's other things you have to consider, but it is sort of a guy's weekend in an essence, and we had a lot of those and we know how much money we spent on them. So ain't so bad.
Yeah. Well, I think though, it's just basically, if you add it up in totality, that's why I gave that whole analogy about the season tickets and everything. I said, there is a price point at which it can make sense, but you can price a certain segment out. I don't think they've really gotten anywhere near the point at which they're going to price most people out. I think they can still get 98% of the audience they're looking for and squeeze more money out of it if they want to. Sure. I'm not suggesting that's a good thing because as a consumer, of course, I would like a better price. But I'm stating that I'm not surprised. I would not be shocked if the National realized, okay, if we have all these people coming in through the door, we could probably increase this price. If we lose a couple of people, if anything, it would give people more breathing space. But we would still get a ton of people
competition with the Dallas Card Show and stuff like that too. So,
depending on the year, like in this case, the Dallas Card Show is every 2 months. So in this case, the Dallas Card Show already happened. So the National has nothing to worry about there. If someone chooses to go to the Dallas Card Show, that's their choice. But they're on 2 separate weeks.
Yeah, but you might have spent your load at the Dallas Show. So what are you going to do, right?
That can be the case. Somebody can make that choice.
Yeah, that doesn't happen though. People are saving up for the National. They're not blowing their whole national budget.
So if you go to the Dallas Show and you see,
if somebody lives in Texas, Dan, they might not care about the National enough to make the second trip.
Yeah.
Well, we know one very famous person who's not going to the National, who lives in Texas, who went to the Dallas.
Not Texas.
Dan, really?
The simple truth is, I don't want to.
It's the giggle for me.
It is.
It's always
we need a meme out of that, a little shorter.
I didn't watch his Dallas stuff yet, but I will, but we'll see.
Yeah. And Garrett Card Cutter also went there, and Andy also attended the Dallas Card Show. So they went and hung out. So I have no issue with that. It is totally a thing. It makes a lot of sense for me. But that was it goes back to a point though that I've made in the past. I said, with the growth of all these regional shows, you could make the strategic decision. Maybe you're a big Philly Card Show guy. That could be totally completely valid option. You're the vintage guy. Maybe you just want to do Strongsville and maybe another regional show, and then boom, that covers you. That's good enough for you. And the National might not be worthwhile on your, because again, we're not all Eric. We're not all made of money.
No.
So there are limits. So if we have to choose, Dan, at a certain point, if I say attend the Philly show and maybe the Dallas show, that might be it for me. Like I might not have more budget in me to attend a third big show necessarily in the year.
Yeah, you bought a big card at Dallas show and you got not enough money. It's really a social event at that point going to the National. And do you want to pay that?
If you are already you have to plan to go to the National well in advance of the week before.
Yeah, I know you need a hotel.
Yeah, it's not a spontaneous move. It's not a spontaneous move.
I get it. Yeah.
So I had to make this decision, and I made the decision. But I'm still going to White Plains and Philly. Big Philly weekend, and then Shriners. So I've got some big, as Carlos has pointed out, I've got some big regional shows for the rest of the year. So all good.
Yeah,
Expo.
And you can fill in your card. No, he's ditched just for the Shriners.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Yeah,
I'm going to talk to Eric. The Shriners, we're going to have a problem, Bobby. We're going to have to deal with these Shriners.
I think so. Yeah. I never liked those red hats that bothered.
You can't trust those people.
No. Mm-mm. I used to watch them on Fred Flintstone. Remember? They were kind of shady. Yeah.
Dan, I heard that the Shriners listen to Eric Michael. I'm just saying. That's the kind of people you want to associate with. That's your problem, is all I'm saying.
I'm gonna have to watch that because there must be some jokes I'm missing.
I don't know. I thought a few weeks ago, I thought Eric Michael was just this sort of harmless, like, he buys views, he buys subscribers. He's pretty harmless. He says a bunch of stuff that nobody takes seriously. But now I see he's actually cheating on eBay, like literally cheating on eBay. So
Bobby, it's really good. Like I'm being
gonna
serious.
have to watch that.
You
Okay.
got to watch the first segment where I have fun with the Treasure Trove boys. That's fun. That's a really good one. And then the Eric Michael one. Moi, chef's kiss. Very
On
good.
your show,
Yes.
Yeah.
yours shows.
Yes. This episode that dropped today,
Okay.
earlier today on Dan's channel, the
Yeah,
most
yeah.
recent episode. Check that out. There's a couple of good ones in there for sure.
Okay,
100%.
I will watch it later tomorrow.
Yeah. So that's kind of that's kind of where we're at. But so kind of going back to what we were saying a little earlier in the show tonight, there aren't really a lot of news items right now. I think everything's kind of in a holding pattern. I think it's, there's some fun stuff for sure. Like there are people releasing things out there, and I'm keeping my eyes open. But no, news-wise, things are quiet for the most part.
And also another thing to that is, I'll give you the Facebook rundown. Is it's super quiet for the last five months at least. It's just like everybody disappeared. Like if you would post something, you'd get 30 to 40 likes. Now it's 10 or 12, 15 maybe. It'd have to be
Sure.
a home run to get 25, 30. But honestly, it's like, where did everybody go? Really? And Facebook has been very consistent over the years. And same thing with, the YouTube rundown too. The likes and the watchers are just down low. Wow. Just amazing. I don't know where they all went. So I think everyone's back to normal. I think back to doing whatever they're doing. They had to get through the soccer. I understand that. And it is the summer. I get it. So we'll see what happens.
So
But
I do have a piece of news.
Hmm.
If you want to let me share my screen, can you do that?
Yeah. Let me read the comments real quick, and then yes, I can.
Okay.
Emma says about 80% of the audience is still general admission. 30% feels like a bargain. That's why I say, I think there's a little room if they want to squeeze them a little bit. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can probably at this point. Good evening, Victor. Fantastic episode for sure. Appreciate that. Thank you. It says, always enjoy the Cardboard Cynics episodes. You guys do a good job. Thank you very much, Andy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Andy.
All right. So yeah, if you share with me, I can bring it up on the screen, but you have to send it across. No way people love Dallas, but those dealers love the Nationals. All I heard about, they wouldn't choose Dallas over the National. I think locals would. It's really up to locals. Oh yeah. So I could share the screen, or I could have just pulled up the link if you wanted. But
Yeah,
I'll
go
share
ahead.
the screen.
Pull up the link.
Yeah, I'll pull up the link here. Hang
But
on. I know what you're talking.
I'm in my account now, so I might be able to access more than you can. That's why I thought it. Maybe not.
We'll see. We'll see if it's in there. So
Yeah.
Dan, so this is the media coverage one that you want to bring up.
Yeah.
All right. So Bobby, listen, we got some I got some appreciation on the channel for this. So I did the video talking about the restored Honus Wagner. And apparently on Love of the Game, if you check out the Love of the Game one, I'll include a link in the description to it. There is a section for media coverage, Eric. Media coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Media.
You can check out print and online media, Business Insider, New York Times, The Athletic, Street Insider, et cetera, et cetera. You get the idea. You get the general point here. Yahoo Finance, et cetera. And then we got blogs and podcasts for collectors, because I'm Carlos, the curious case of Restored Wagner.
Wow.
Right above Ben Burrows, above Front Page Sports,
Really?
above Junk Wax Hero, and above Sports Card Live.
Oh, that's a big one, isn't it?
That's all I'm saying.
Was
They can be like, oh, it's in alphabetical order. No, you know what
It's
you
in
do.
alphabetical.
when did you review that, Carlos?
But go back. There's news on the Wagner itself. The bids.
All right, hang on.
There were 4 bids today.
All right, so for that one, I got to open up the actual.
Canadian auction house.
Was this
This
the
is
talk
the
about fixing cards and refurbishing and all that other stuff that was going on?
Go to Card Auction, and it's lot number 1. 718,343. If you go to number of bids, there are 4 bids today alone, and it's 14 days out. So
What's
there,
that?
it's definitely going over $1 million. I would say between 1 and 2, maybe closer to 2, maybe even higher above 2 if it really gets going at the end. But interesting, it's already up to 718. Some people said it's not even going to make $1 million. It's easily going to make $1 million. What's that?
the Yeah, I was about
It's
to
all
say,
great
what's the
reviews, right?
what's the percentage?
Yeah,
you know?
it's their buyer's premium is I think 18 or 20. I think it's 20.
Yeah, so that
So
right
it's
now would get
20.
you to that being about another 140. So that's
Yep.
it's probably 850 and change, 860
Mike,
right now, give or take.
my
And
question.
it's 14 days out too. So
Yeah, yeah.
My
Plenty of
question
Yeah, this is early. It's only been open 2 days. So
Go ahead, Eric.
So I am, like I said earlier, I agree with you 1,000% on your comments on this. As long as you're open and honest, sell whatever you want. As long as the buyers fully understand what they're purchasing, it's all good. My on a side note though, how can you call this authentic when part of the card is actually a piece of a different player's card? It's two
it's
cards.
part of a Griffey, maybe. I don't know.
It could be. It's the part of, it isn't like two Wagner cards, like they got torn in half and they put them back together, right? I mean, it's part of a Wagner, then it's part of a different player's card from the same set. Is it, so are they saying because it's the same set, it's authentic T206?
Well, I think you could make like we're getting a little into semantics, but I'll say this. You
I
could
don't
make
know.
the argument, that you could individually authenticate both T206s and be like, it is two T206 cards. They're both T206s.
Right.
And the Wagner piece is from a authentic Wagner. Therefore, in this case, since they're combining the two, consolidating them, it is a restored Wagner.
So it's a restored Wagner.
Mhm.
And again, it's semantics, but it's
Yeah, and Hobby Champs agrees with you. So I offer both
It's
sides
not-
of this equation.
Not semantics.
I want
It's
to. So
card
Eric,
building.
I'll let you finish your thought. I'm going to preface this by saying, just to be clear, so we're all on the same page. I don't care one way or the other. On my video, I explicitly stated we have the documentation of what it is. We have the documentation of work that was done on it. It is marked as a restored item. Nobody is misrepresenting what it is. Whether you feel that it is legitimate to put together the two cards in that's a different conversation, Tyler. And in my video, I even said, if you had enough money and you really wanted to, you could have made the Wagner a red background. You could have made the Wagner a Tolstoy. You could have done all kinds. You have the ability at that
Tolstoy.
point.
Ooh,
Yes. Well,
That'd
go
be
with a
sexy.
backing that's never happened before.
that'd be
Go with a
2
back.
million, man.
Yeah, go with a back that literally wasn't possible in the original print run. You could technically do that. You could 100% do that if you want to, and if you have the money, all good.
Well, I did hear some conversation about that. They were talking about why can't we, they do comic books. Well, the one thing about comic books is they have a purple label, and that means restoration was done. But you can press your comics and all that. So this debate's really coming in there because I guess Kurt Card started it all, and everyone's kind of going to the next step, which is
long before that.
where do you
I mean,
stop? What is real? What is not? What should you be able to do that? Is combining two cards.
This
good
card
thing.
was restored in like the late 90s when Kurt was like 4 years old. So this is not a Kurt thing.
Regardless, it's still
completely
what is current.
And
Dan,
anytime
not-
a piece
not-
of art gets restored, there's always something added. There's you got to add paper, you got to add color, whatever it is. And this Wagner is not just the Tommy Leach and the Wagner. There's actually in the little gap around his head where they couldn't match it perfectly. There's actually paper and coloring in there. So it's like it's a restoration. There's nothing inauthentic about it.
It's a recreation, not even a
You said,
restoration.
This is a
right?
restoration. This is an authentic Wagner restored. That's what they're saying. Restored gives you a lot of
That's
leeway in terms of
too
what
much
you
leeway.
use to restore.
Yeah.
Too
In
much,
the Hobby
in my
Champs,
opinion.
they are calling it restored. The
Yeah.
the verbiage used on the label is explicitly restored. That is the statement. That is the word used.
Well, so my whole point is, and again, it's semantics. They are being honest, so I'm
Yeah.
not really mad, and I agree with everything that you have said.
Are you
Colin.
sure you're not mad? You're always a little mad at something.
No, I'm mad, but that's just like my
Okay,
flat-
yeah. I'm just saying that like you got up mad, not specifically about this, but you just were angry in general.
So yes, that's my flat line is mad. I
Just
haven't
want
had
to make sure we clarified that.
I haven't
Yeah.
had a blip.
Yeah.
So it is semantics. They're being completely honest and transparent. I don't think the AU on the label is accurate. It is.
Okay, so Hobby Champs is in agreement with you. My God, Hobby Champs, are you sure you want to agree with Eric? That's dangerous ground.
not.
Bobby.
What's the AU?
Ooh.
authentic.
For authentic.
So it is not. It is.
I'll put it on the while I
It-
grab my refill. I'll put it on the screen so you guys can see.
So I
I'll put it on the
believe,
screen.
in my opinion, just because
your
it's
opinion.
something to talk about, I
Yeah.
think we should have come up with a new title. Our RT.
Eric, can we
yes.
call it the turducken?
The turducken.
It basically
But-
is.
But it just AU, if you just look at it,
Hey, you.
right, it's not authentic. It absolutely, positively is not. It is restored.
Yes.
And they're being honest about the whole thing. And I have no issues with it. Just the semantics of what they're calling it, I disagree with. I would have come up with, instead of AU, RS, RT, whatever.
RF.
Yeah,
refurbished.
if there's an RE for restored, I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that.
But it's not restored.
What's
It-
authentic about it is the fact that the part of the card that is Wagner is an authentic Wagner that was die cut, right? So that's authentic part of it. So you want to say RE and then put authentic underneath? That's fine. I don't care. It's semantics.
But it's
Correct.
not. You're combining two cards, Dan.
Yeah,
You're
I know
not
that.
combining, so it can't be authentic. The front is authentic, but the back is not authentic. So which part of authentic is authentic?
Right. So it's not.
The
So
Wagner part
it's
of it
not.
is authentic. The
Well,
Well,
Wagner
then
part-
just put the Wagner in and don't
Full Wagner,
refurbish
and
it.
now it's a part Wagner.
right.
It has to be refurbished. It has
This-
to be
I have an answer
the
to
combination
this
of the other back has to be allocated in there somewhere.
Okay, can I ask a
because-
question?
I have an answer to this
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I ask? Hold on. Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
So let me pose this question, and then I'll offer to the chat as well, because I think it's a valid conversation to have. Look, Eric, as a noted media outlet from Love of the Game Auctions, it is important that we get to the bottom of this. I can't be collect. I can afford vowels, so we're gonna have this conversation. But
Mhm.
Best dad in the game.
let me pose this question. When you do, Bobby, some of the work you've done with boxes, and you've kind of positioned them and basically refilled the boxes and put the inside so that they're displayable. Have you ever encountered any boxes where corners or anything are gone? There's a reason I'm asking the question, but have you
Sure.
had any of those?
Yes.
Now, what do you do with those?
Usually I'll take another piece of the box and try to fill it if it is the
Okay,
same
no,
color.
hang on.
But
I want to follow up with this question. So
Go ahead.
so now asking you. So when you do that, what do you consider that box to be once you have completed this process?
it's been refurbished because it's using the
Okay,
old box.
no,
It's not taken
that's
from
fine.
any other
I
box.
mean, I'm
right?
just asking. I'm asking
No,
what
I'm
you
just
would
giving
consider
you
it to
the
be.
answer to the question. That's all.
And
Yeah.
that's fine.
That's
I'm fine with that.
I think we all agree, and again, it is just semantics. If and I think Bobby said this already. If they just put in, we'll call it the die cut. Why not? If they just put the die cut in and put an AU,
Perfect.
I'm 100% on board.
Yeah, I'm on board with that, but I don't go the other way because when do you stop piecing things together from how many different parts, right?
They can do whatever they want. I'm totally.
Yeah.
Maybe they should have just put
That's how you do
Frankenstein
it.
there in the fucking
And
corner,
sure,
and maybe
as long as they're honest, I don't care.
So
what
can
they
I?
do.
I think
I
so.
have-
I'll go to you, Dan, in a second.
Okay.
I think this is one we have to kind of also distinguish here. What we're talking about, that is a CGC question. So that would be a great question to ask Andy Broom. Like, this would be maybe a fantastic question to be like, okay, so how do you decide? You did note the restoration. You did put restored on the label.
Yep.
Then you also put the AU on the side. What goes behind the decision to do that in this particular instance? Because you do know the background, so you are aware what happened with it. You do have the documentation for it, and you know what the card was previously. So now the question would be, is that, I would ask Andy Broom, is that the appropriate designation then? Because I don't know how many other options you've got.
I would say no. I don't think AU is actually the standout thing that should be there.
I think we all agree on that after this
Yeah,
conversation.
I
And
don't
maybe
think that
there
if they
should
did
be some
RE, I
other.
wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
This might be a situation that maybe warrants
Yeah,
a
I would
new
be better off with
designation
that, Dan.
that wasn't available.
I think that's more appropriate because authentic could mean, okay, so Dan, you see that card on a guy's table and you go, well, what's with this card? It's authentic. Oh, maybe it's miscut. Maybe it's, I don't know, paper loss. Maybe, who knows? So
But
when that
But
card
it
goes,
has it has the word restored on the label. To me, if you see the word restored, questions, right? What was restored? We already know that. They have been fully transparent with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And we all agree, and we're all okay with that. You know, this is just something stupid to have a discussion over.
I'm not okay with it, really. I'm just sitting there saying you can't take two cards and make one card. It's just silly.
I think
so. You know,
with
Rick asked what happened to the Tommy Leach card, and I have some inside information on that.
Ooh, go ahead.
Next auction, they're going to take the Tommy Leach head, which has now been restored, back to another card.
No way.
And that's going to be the restored Tommy Leach. And then,
Dan, I gotta.
Where does this end?
Dan, I have an amazing idea. I have an amazing idea. We put the Tommy Leach head on the 1972 Topps card and truly build an abomination against the Lord.
That would be perfect.
It is Satan's card. That's it. We're done. We fixed it, everybody.
I think that's it. Yeah, Satan's card is probably about it. Yeah, Beelzebub is alive and well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think about the old joke about George Washington's axe when he cut the cherry tree down with the handle was replaced in 1920. The axe head was replaced in 1930. So this was also the name is escaping me. So we always poke fun at the Hoj because there's a lot of stuff he says, but he is good when he invokes philosophy. And there was a philosophical I'll Google it quickly, but there's the concept of the boat. There's a philosophical discussion about a boat. And let me get the name of it because I want to cite it correctly. I remember it, but like the name escapes me specifically.
Das Boat.
Do you remember it, Eric?
No, I said Titanic.
No, not that one.
These guys.
That's every answer.
Yeah, not exactly that one. All right, let me see. The Ship of Theseus. That's the one.
Okay.
So the concept is you started off with this boat, and over time you replace all the pieces. And the philosophical question is, and this is not in one shot, this is over time. You replace this piece, you replace that piece. If at some point the boat has been completely replaced, eventually, long enough down the road, is it still the Ship of Theseus?
No.
That's the philosophical question.
It's not even philosophical. It's technical. Right. It's technical. Can you put it at that period? No, you cannot. So it's not. If Theseus was there, and then the boat isn't the same, it's just another boat, then how is it from that time period? It isn't.
It's like
technically, we're talking technicalities here. I do a lot of decisions on stuff, in the hobby, and that is like, poof, no, sorry.
Now let me ask a question. Let me pose a question and extend the thought exercise. At what point does it cease to be the Ship of Theseus? Is it the first time you replace a part? Is it when you're past 50%? Like at what point have we crossed the threshold at which
when
point
he's dead? Beyond his time.
Theseus could have died.
Theseus could have died. Not a period when past his time. So you can keep fixing the boat after that, but if he's done it along the way, that's fine because it's a period. Once after period happens, then you're just recreating something that's not real. It's not a period. If it's not a period, how can you say that boat is from 1400?
Are you actually Bobby Burrell? Are you Bobby Burrell?
Yeah.
Is that you? But over the course of your lifetime, every cell in your body gets replaced. So at some point, you cease to become the original Bobby Burrell.
Oh fuck, Dan! Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's actually
we'll go with that one.
In rock and roll, there was Lynyrd Skynyrd, and every once in a while, a guy in the band dies and they replace him, and then you get to the point where there's like one guy left. Billy Payne was the piano player, and then he died. Billy Powell, he died. So then they had Lynyrd Skynyrd, but there were no original members anymore. So is that really still Lynyrd Skynyrd?
Well, how many people are going to see them? Not many.
It's probably a lot.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Now, Brad actually brings up a good question here. This is actually a good, again, going back to the Ship of Theseus discussion here. So how much of a card do you need? That kind of was the purpose of my question. That's the reason why I asked Bobby about the work he's done with the boxes before. Because if you remove, and I just want him to define what he considers to be. And again, I don't care. Whatever you feel is the appropriate word is fine with me. I was just curious what word you use to define it. This, though, is an interesting question because if instead of it being the one Wagner with the die cut, if the card had been chopped up into a couple pieces, you could, in theory, restore multiple versions of the card. Is that multiple Wagners?
That was Tiffany Cards.com actually put that on Twitter. That's his original idea, I think. I don't know. Maybe Brad came up with it.
So
first.
Brad
stitching
might-
that
Brad might have come
together,
up with
then
it.
it is restored at that point because the original card is restored to its original sort of condition. I get that. Okay. But we're taking it back from another card and adding it in, and plus around his head, whatever they did, colorization, paper.
And also
replacement.
from the documentation, we know that towards the bottom of the card, there
Yeah.
was like a definite like crease and line, and that's been cleaned up. Like the bottom of his jersey,
that
the
card
line
looks
is actually
great.
clean.
Like it's
Yeah,
it's,
like the card looks fantastic. Yes.
it's pyrite. It's not right.
Yeah.
Compared to
Whoever
gold.
it is, the point is, whoever it is did a very good job because that is a very good looking version of the card at the stage.
Oh, those guys are really good. They do, old posters from movies, but that's accepted in that community, so that's understood. Paintings, the same thing. Most of it's cleaning, but they do touch up. I understand that. That keeps the original because 99% of it's still original. They're just doing little touch ups. I get it, But
Good call there, Eric. Way to pull it out, Eric.
what did he do? What do you
He
got?
went to the tickle trunk and found the Rogi Vachon card that was being referenced here for 72.
Oh, okay, Rogi. Actually, we used to say that as a kid when we were playing ball hockey. If you played net, you would go Rogi. Anyways, that was with
I
that.
like him. I
So
like
so that's the reason why I wanted to kind of pose that question because I thought there were some valid points being made in the chat, and I'm happy to have this discussion. The ultimate, like in this case, the reason, going back to what I said in the video, the buyer in this case has all this information. They can choose how they want to value this. They understand what it, because literally they're told, and also on the website they included the article that showed the original card prior to any alterations. They actually had a old auction sale, like showing the card in its state from the 70s. So pre all this. And then you can follow the path of the card. So you've got a lot of information. As the buyer, you have all this info at your disposal, and you can choose and say, how comfortable are you with it? What do you consider it to be? Is it worth whatever price to you? That's your choice.
So, what's the feeling out there across the board for everybody else, or the
New-
lion's share of people? What are they thinking?
New bid just went in.
That
Literally,
was
What,
me.
Eric?
That was
Eric,
me.
how much did you bid?
That was me. Sorry.
$754,260.
So,
That's
who is
generous, Eric.
convincing these people to bid on that? Is my real question.
Huh?
Who's holding their hand and saying, "Hey, this is a good card. You got to go for it. It's going to be worth." Honestly, I can't.
I think there are plenty of people out there who want this card.
I understand. Well, they want two cards, really, but I mean, it's one, but I mean two. But
Well, there are a bunch
three,
of people that would.
I don't know.
There are a bunch of people that would have taken a Wagner no matter what. So
they would have just
but-
taken that as is. Yes.
Now, but here's the question, though. Then this would be kind of a separate conversation. Your point, Bobby, is accepted. But let me ask this question though: if you have enough money where you can kick around, like we're talking already 750 plus before the juice, then we have to tack on basically another 20%. So we're already pushing 900,000 already as we speak. So obviously at that point, you're not short of cash. If you're the person that's buying this, though, you know the history of this card. You already have this information at your disposal. So do you simply want the Wagner? Like the die-cut Wagner is real Wagner, but at the same time, it's ugly. For you, would you just rather have the better looking version of it with the restoration, knowing that it's been restored?
So this person with all this money, are they sitting
Yes.
there and making this decision by themselves? Are they being somewhat influenced by some other people?
It's
I don't
probably
know. Eric,
both.
are you usually
Probably
influenced in your purchasing decisions as a man who spends millions normally?
Oh,
do, you,
yes.
do your advisors tell you what to buy, or do you make these calls on your own?
I just go by the Instagrams and all the things that they tell me what to do.
There you go.
Mm.
That's what we all do. Yeah.
This is a great point.
Yeah.
If you're building,
If you're,
TikTok-
if you
yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
if you've got the other, like if you've got 523 and you're looking for
Right.
524,
It's a great
you
point.
might be like, I want a slightly nicer looking version of it. Just
You
saying
know-
this, if somebody's building the set and they're like at this point where the Wagner's the missing piece.
Yeah.
Tony, TJ Online did a video with Newman where they went over and Tony had pictures and, documentation of each of the three different restored Wagners. And the other ones had like half his face cut off, and they put on, they redrew it, and it looks terrible. One of them has like a bulbous nose. The other one, it's like his eye looks weird. So this one is actually really good compared with the previous two restored versions, which is why Tony thought this could go for over $2, because both of those went for like 1.5 or something. So I think in terms of the restoration, this is actually better than the previous restorations. Both of those, by the way, were in PSA holders.
Now, here's a good kind of point from T206 kids. So this is an appropriate question here. It's about, honestly, they're very honest with Wagner as opposed to the Gretzky Wagner. So this is kind of a funny thing. So actually, Bobby, we've had this conversation before, but let me pose this question because I mentioned it when we were discussing in a conversation, we discussed the Gretzky McNall Wagner.
Yes.
And I said, and I posited that with the backstory, with the history, because and that's another situation where we know what the situation is with this card. We know it was trimmed. We like it's under oath. We have that information. It's documented.
Yes.
There is an audience though that would love to purchase the card for the infamy because that card is famous.
Is that card. It is not
it is
a part of another
it's
card.
Not
so
a
it's totally
Wagners
different,
Wagners are limited,
similar
but
in
that
sense.
is the Wagner. That is a very specific Wagner.
I get it.
That's the one I'd want. I'd want no other one. I want the Gretzky one.
Yeah. So there is a certain
wouldn't,
aspect to that. But that's with the understanding that it is a trimmed card, Dan. That is with the understanding. Like in that we have that one documented too.
I saw the Gretzky Wagner, you know where? In the Baseball Hall of Fame in probably like 2012 or something. So the Gretzky Wagner was actually on display in the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Yeah. Like that's how famous it was.
Yeah.
So
and that card is
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And
there is an audience.
Like, I'm not selling it. I'm not getting rid of it. I'm certainly not sending it back to PSA to get reholdered.
And they offered to buy it back from him, like for a good amount, in order to basically pull it out of circulation.
Comments. So I'm going to shut up because there are a bunch of really good comments here.
Yeah, I would rather have the Wagner silhouette. That's fair. I'm to be clear, I'm not judging. I'm okay with whatever you feel is appropriate. Eric, I am not shy to say when I feel like this is the correct answer. I don't think there's a correct answer to this one. Whatever the hell you feel is appropriate with it, that's fine. I have no problem with that. And that was the point of my video. I said explicitly, whatever you feel is appropriate is fine. My stance is I'm glad they documented it. I'm satisfied with that portion of it.
Yep.
You want to call it restored? Cool. You want to call it authentic? Cool. You don't want to call it authentic? Cool. You want to call it Frankenstein, a turducken? Whatever the hell you want, man. I'm good with whatever.
As long as you're honest and the buyer knows 100% what they're buying, I don't care.
Yeah, on something like this, I'm easy. Like whatever works for you.
So I don't can you go back to that last one because I don't agree with this.
You're not going to get the 750. You're not going to get it for 750.
There's no Wagner that's not restored or chopped in half that's going to go for less than like $3 million at this point. And some people can afford 750, but they can't afford $3 million. Like there's a point there are people in that gradation of wealth that can't afford a real Wagner who might want this, but I still think this is going to go for over $2.
Now, the only thing, Bobby, that would be really fascinating for me, because obviously it is, I don't know, Dan, if in your login you're able to see, obviously the IDs are private, but does it distinguish can you tell how many different bidders there have been? I don't know if it includes that kind of information.
No, they don't do that stuff.
Every auto bid says private and bidder says ID private. It's not like eBay. Yeah. That you only get the amount and the date and time.
Yeah. Good evening, Josh.
So that's not even good either. It's almost like it.
There were actually 2 bids that came in simultaneously for 754, 260, which I guess was just the next click on the next available.
Oh, the auto bid. Yeah.
Yeah. So Josh, we did include that information. 100% right. Yep. Need to crack it on, put a PSA slab registry. Go for it, Rick. Live the dream. I believe in you.
It kind of sets a precedence out there, and I don't like the precedence that it's setting.
I don't think
that's the problem I have with it. So
I don't think it's doing that because they've restored Wagners before, and like I said, they look much worse. Mm-hmm. And this one, the precedent could be we're going to be fully open every time a card is altered in any way, and that would be great.
Yeah.
If it said Kurt's Card Care on was applied to this card, you would know what you're getting.
Yep.
Right.
So yes, I thought of that. Yes.
If they did that, but that's not the Kurt's Card Care people don't want that.
No,
they want the 3 to become a 6. That's what they want. They don't want it to be.
Now, Bobby, critically, I really don't want you to rain on my parade because my 1991 Fleer Bobby Orr rookie is going to be the greatest card the hobby has ever seen.
Probably.
I'm going to take a 66 tops, smush it with a 91 Fleer, and make the greatest card that's ever lived.
Probably. And you, like I said, it sets a precedent, but it also opens the door for more of these things to happen. And at what point does it stop, or does it become too far, or enough? And Wagner, we're talking about Wagner. None of us will ever own it. None of us, whatever. So, like, who really cares at this point? Like, let those millionaires, billionaires do what they want, and their hands are being held towards that. Oh yeah, this card. Yeah, don't you worry. They're not sitting there going, "Oh, should I get it?" They're asking people. They're talking, and
This
you
is-
know how. Do you know how the auction houses are and how nice they are to those particular buyers? So, oh yes, this is card. This. Oh, don't worry, it's going to go.
Bobby,
great.
if Ken Golden wants to give me a card advice, are you suggesting I don't listen to Kenny?
Oh yes, you got to listen to Kenny.
Got to listen to Kenny.
I prefer you use his full title, convicted felon Ken Golden. Thank you.
This is a good point by Victor. I mean, he's right here.
Yeah. So I'll read these. So there's two comments back to back, Victor. So I'll get to a couple of comments here, some good ones. So Victor includes CGC definition of authentic. So this is what they've defined on their site here. Authentic AU is assigned to cards that are genuine and unaltered, but cannot receive the numeric grade. Following example here. Two examples are given. One of them is a card with a missing portion of the original card stock that prevents it from being numerically graded, even though it's authentic. So there is some room there. This is where, though, I'm being serious. If Andy Broom right now is interested in making the rounds, and he's been making the rounds recently, this would be a really interesting conversation to have to get a little bit of the philosophy behind the decision of how to define it. Because again, we have the information, we know how the card was constructed, and we have a lot of info on that. How do you decide what to call it in this case, and then put the AU designation on the card?
How do you maximize your money? I think is the real question here at this point.
If they want to maximize the money, they would have gotten PSA to do it.
Everybody. Oh,
yeah.
So with his comment, where did it go?
Victor's.
Well, there are two separate ones. The first one, the second one.
Definition of authentic.
Yeah, this one here. Yeah.
So one, I don't see. I thank Eric for everything I have. I don't see that, so that kind of bothers me. The second part,
He does prefer to live in the world of reality.
So the second part that bothers me has nothing to do with Victor at this point. Is they assign the cards that are genuine and unaltered, the AU. This is clearly altered. Restored is altered.
But it's okay, Eric.
No,
It seems to be.
That's right, but that's this.
It
is
seems to be.
But that's
So what's your problem, man?
right? Well, I'm not very.
Well, Eric also
They are
kind
the
of playing off
gods.
of
They
that.
can do what they want.
Eric also playing off of that. Hobby Champs is making a very valid point here.
Okay.
Do
Can
you
read it?
think my restored 97-98 Omega Hell Gill rookie will get an AU? It is merged with the Joey Thornton card to be a whole Gill.
Ooh, a whole gill. Maybe
You don't have Gill.
Maybe.
You don't have Gill Hell
But
Gill.
those cards are coming. Those cards are coming.
I like it.
Like I said, it just opens the door to so much variety of what's going to happen out there. Here's I got Honus Wagner's his eye. I think I'm going to transplant that into another card from T206, and then you can say it's got the Wagner winking eye or something. I don't know. Where do we go from there?
But
Just
Bobby,
saying.
I understand, and I've always respected the fact that you are a purist and you have very little wiggle room on this, and I love and respect that. But
Okay, fuck you right now, and then go ahead.
We got it covered.
so
Yes.
that was
Because it's leading up to something here.
no, that was a compliment, but okay.
Len
Yeah, but
Body
it's
was right
before
about
the
you,
slap in the
Eric.
face, the kiss before the slap. I got it. Yeah.
No, but from I think I'm speaking correctly for the three of us. That
Oh,
as long
three.
as there is clear honesty about what's gone on, the three of us don't seem to have as much of a problem.
I have a problem with the authentic. You just read it out. It was just read what their
Right.
determination was. So it's wrong at this point,
Right.
right?
Well,
Right.
So
no, you
if
didn't
they
read
want to
the-
determine it
Victor had
as
another-
being
Victor had a whole other comment that actually clarified
No,
that.
I did. No, I did read it, but I'll agree with Bobby on this one. There is still some wiggle room. That's why I say I think Andy Broom would be the proper person, because this is the definition that's written down. I don't have any issue with it, but there is some wiggle room here because it still doesn't include the inclusion of the second card.
No.
The inclusion of the second card, and Dan, this is to be clear, from someone with the position of I'm completely okay with what you did, whatever, I'm good. But from a definition standpoint, if we go
Well, we
strictly
can't
by
even
that
control
definition,
it anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah,
It's out
but-
there. Got it.
if we go strictly by that definition, we're still going into that gray zone of wiggle room.
Yeah.
And there's too much wiggle room.
But
and given the power
they
that
have-
be,
Does
The wiggle room becomes
CGC have a
larger.
definition of restored on their website? Because
Not that
that's
I'm
the
aware
big
of.
word.
Yeah,
You know?
that's not that I'm aware of. So that's what I'm saying.
No.
There is some wiggle room there that they can play with because they've added that additional line that isn't available in those other situations.
or does PSA have that on their website? Or Beckett? Actually, those are,
I
their
don't think they've used that.
determination
I don't
would
think they've
be
used it before.
interesting.
I don't think they've used it before. They haven't
No,
used it before.
I don't
for
think
sure.
so. Neither do I. So we are into precedents, like I said.
We're on uncharted water. We're in
are.
uncharted water.
But
I-
authentic, no, that's totally wrong. Absolutely, I'll defend that to the end. I'm gonna make a video about it. It'll be
Yeah,
so
but we
bad.
all agree that everyone on the screen agrees, and I think everyone in the chat agrees that it shouldn't be called authentic. I know-
But there is a word for it, and they want to do that. That's fine. Like I said, Carlos, I'm fine with that too. You want to do what you want, that's fine. But
I think restored was appropriate. I actually think restored was
There's a-
appropriate.
Yeah.
It restored is 100% correct.
But
I don't
no,
think there's
the
any argument.
AU authentic was is-
No, but remember what we said a few minutes ago, though. If they took off the AU and they
Mhm.
put in initials for restored and
Sure.
it said restored twice, I don't think anybody's complaining.
no complaints. You can't control it
Is-
anyways, and it is what it is. So I'm fine with that. But authentic, you have so much determination of authentic here. It's like authentic's not so bad, but it gets bad as you replace the back. Like that authentic is just too much of a fluid word. So
Yeah.
it
The
really has
line
to be
here-
Go
confined.
ahead, Dan.
The line here in this question is this: restored is a good thing because you're being honest about it. Altered is something that has a negative connotation because it's trying to get something over on somebody, like trimming, right? So that's the
Yes.
or
Correct.
colorization or whatever it is
Well,
that
it's
you're
had all of
altering
that.
so that you can get a better grade. So that's why altered
Had
is
all of
negative.
that.
Restored is positive because restored, it's a question of being transparent. If you're transparent and you say what it is that was done to the card and everybody knows, I'm okay with that. That's the difference between these two terms, I think.
I agree.
I think so, but I think it is a precedent. It's an opening a new door, and I just don't see it stopping. I see it going beyond a lot of different things. So it just, as Victor would say, muddies the water. And
Now,
going forward,
one good point I'll touch on there. Just kind of, I do want to make sure we get a distinction because I had a Gordie Howe 54-55 Topps card in my collection a couple of years ago,
Mhm.
and that card was altered. But the thing is, the trim was so obvious that the card is short in both directions. Like it's very
Yeah.
clearly short. Like I don't even need you to get a ruler. You can eyeball it and tell that it's short. Like the alteration is very clear. But they designate it is altered trimmed. It was 100% very clearly so. And I've also
altered
seen
isn't such a bad word, Dan, but it is.
In that scenario, it's not necessarily a bad
Well,
word.
what scenarios
Exactly,
are we
but it's
gonna
also very
allocate
clear
for
cut.
each one? We
and
can't.
Bobbles had a I want to say it was a Ruth that actually is super short as well. The borders are gone off of it, but it's a real Ruth. But it is clearly altered because it's trimmed.
That's
It's trimmed
authentic.
shorter than smaller
get
than
it.
the regular card. So that is altered. So Eric, by definition, that is an altered card.
Yeah.
But it's not altered to really fool anybody because the card is so short. Literally, the borders are gone. Like, it's
But
very
it
clear
is
what it is.
authentic. Nothing's been added to it. Nothing's been taken
Correct.
away from it. So,
Correct.
I see
Well,
altered
other
as
than the
a bad
borders.
word as negative. Altered is negative. Restored is positive. I think he did a
Mm-hmm.
good job explaining that, and I agree.
Alter's not even negative. It was trimmed. Okay.
Well, I just gave you an
that's the
example
first
though, Eric,
Wagner.
where literally
There you go. There's the Gretzky McNall Wagner.
that Ruth card is literally an altered card, but like nobody's fooled by it. Like it's very clearly the borders are gone.
Why would someone
Yes.
trim a card, right? I mean,
Sometimes to put it inside of
you're
a
a
different
kid.
holder. I actually have, Eric. I'll pull it out at some point. I actually have some 52 Topps cards in a binder, and they were all cut down to 50 Bowman size because the person wanted to fit it in with 50 Bowman.
Hey, top loaders, right? Yeah.
That's why they literally cut it down. So, but they're not going to fool anybody because the card is literally cutting off
Right.
part of the card. Like it's very clear.
Yeah, I mean that's another scenario for it, but in many cases the what's it called, altered, does have a negative connotation to it. It could.
In a lot of cases, it can. But I'm just stating that
Restored does
that if
not
you-
have negative
Restored's
connotation.
worse, but
if
it's
you-
still
what it is.
acceptable. I don't get
if
it
you
anyway.
encapsulate those cards, though, they would designate them as altered, which
Yeah.
is not incorrect. Like, but it's also so obvious that it's like, yeah, agreed, fair. It is trimmed, totally, 100%.
Two.
So
There were at least two restored Wagners that Tony pointed out, not just the one. Yeah,
sure.
Mm-hmm.
They're restoring the card. They should have added a rookie card at the bottom. Yes.
Oh, that would have been nice. Yeah.
Everything is a rookie card. Everything's OPG.
True.
Yes, this is O-Pee-Chee Wagner.
Is this offensive or defensive restoration? These are the important questions. Dan, this is why I appreciate the chat. They understand. Eric, mark it down. This is why this chat, let me tell you, whatever Eric says about you guys and ladies,
I hate you all.
you are the best chat on this platform because you ask questions like this. These are the important questions to ask. And I thank you, Rock Latex, for asking this question. I appreciate you.
That's to be respected.
To me, restore does not include pieces of a different card. That's fair. It's completely fair. I get it.
Where? What does it include? Does it include paper? Not paper? What kind of paper? Another card? What? The best scenario in the Wagner situation was to use another card because you have the pieces there. Like, what else would you do, right? What else would you do if you're going to restore that Wagner, right?
Yeah. How else are you going
to? Would you do what they did with the other Wagners with PSA and draw it in like a fucking cartoon so it looks like a bulbous nose and a weird eye? Like, no, that's not what you want to do. You want to actually use something that's going to make it look like it's supposed to look.
Yeah.
So use another card. Why not? You can use anything to restore.
If the corner of the Mona Lisa caught on fire and they were able to put it out, they'd go into their archives, find a canvas of the same age and try to meld them together so the Mona Lisa would look, it would be restored with the same age canvas and the same type and the whole thing. So
Victor here is providing from CGC a couple of definitions. So this is their grading glossary. So we've got a couple of ones here that he suggested. He suggested altered and doctored. So let's take a look at what their definitions are. So I'll read them to you. Mm-hmm. So altered. This is what CGC has on their site for altered. When a card has been modified or changed from its original form, whether to deceive a buyer or improve the apparent condition of a card, it is said to have been altered. When something has been added or taken away from a card, it has been altered from its original state. Some common alliterations include trimming, pressing, recoloring, power racing, stock restoration, or corner rebuilding. So to me, you're talking kind of in the stock restoration category. To me, that altered, that is by definition there, that kind of fits in this category.
Yes.
Now let's take a look at doctored as well, just because we got the definition here as well, and Victor referenced it.
Doctor.
A term typically used to describe a card that's been altered to cover up or eliminate a condition flaw. Cards can be doctored in several ways, including but not limited to trimmed, recolored, power raced, and pressed. Card doctoring is frowned upon by hobby collectors and dealers.
Ooh.
See,
wow.
see also altered. Did you see the C also altered? Yeah. I mean, but doctored is not something they're going to put on a card. They don't put that on a label. They don't put down, authentic doctored, Well, yeah.
Well, we're all doctors here.
That's a decision that they made.
I am a hobby doctor. That is true.
That is true.
Important. It's an important distinction.
I'm more like a nurse practitioner.
It seems strong, but sure.
Yeah, adjacent. I'm like,
I was going to say like Jason, maybe.
I'm like Jason. A paralegal.
I'll stay. You know what a candy striper is, Eric?
Yes, exactly.
That's probably more in line with where Eric's category falls in. It's like, Mike, I appreciate you, but for the last time, when I want my Bobby Orr 1991 Fleer, you will not take this away from me. It will happen. It'll be glorious.
Or just don't restore. So there you go. It's like, well, everyone's going to restore now. It's like, poof, cat's out of the bag.
I should.
Just
I'm going to turn all the Boston Bruins cards, all of them, into Joe Thornton and finally fix an egregious wrong. Mm-hmm. All of them are Joe Thornton.
Again, with all these old vintage cards, if they're really banged up and destroyed, and as long as they're honest, I don't care if they
are what they are, right? We get into restoration, it opens another door, and it's really the money is opening the door, not the I restored it.
There are so few cards that the restoration is going to be worth it.
52.
I don't think that it's not going to go, somebody just said before that nobody's restoring a 1972 Carl Yastrzemski. Nobody's going to restore. I have cards.
Well, nobody's restoring it because 1972 Topps cards are trash. That's why. They're all trash.
It's not a very healthy comparison.
You hear me, Dylan?
Either, Dan.
Trash.
72.
Mantle. I mean, you could
There's so few. The Wagner is
rental.
restored, and in this scenario, because of the amount of money and because of the cachet, because it's arguably the biggest card in the entire hobby. So, like, it's not going to happen with your standard card. Even like 2 or 3, 5-digit cards, it's not going to happen. It's going to have to be a $1 million card. So there aren't that many $1 million cards out there.
No, you're looking at Babe Ruth cards. You're looking at Mickey Mantle. You're looking at maybe Jackie Robinson rookies.
Ted Williams.
If that.
Just saying.
Yeah, Ted Williams rookies.
No, it does open the door to other cards because there are other cards that are 450,000, 600,000. Those ones are worth it too.
And if you can I think it opens the door for people with slightly less money to be able to get one of these cards that they wouldn't be able to get before, right? Because the restored is not going to go as much as one that's truly authentic and graded. So maybe I don't have $1 million, but maybe I can afford 500,000 and I can still get card X. So I don't have a problem with restored as long as everyone's honest. I don't restore them all. I don't give a shit. Just I be honest about it.
I don't have a problem with the restoration. I'm just saying, putting 2 cards together and calling them authentic is wrong. That's all.
Yes, we all agree.
Do what you want. Those cards are not even going to concern
agree.
me going forward, so it doesn't matter.
Let's say we all agree.
You said earlier. You said that exact same thing.
I said that if they wanted to put restored on the label, fine. If they want to put authentic on the label, fine. The Wagner part of that is authentic. I'm okay with that being used. I'm okay with restored being used as long as they are transparent about what they did.
All right, we all agree with that then. We all agree about the honesty, but
we all agree 72 tops is trash. 100% agreed. Totally agreed. 100%.
But I think it would only be authentic if it was still in die cut form. I don't think it's authentic if you add another card to it. I think that's a wrong term.
Yes, I agree. It is the wrong term, and it is very much the wrong term. And they should know better, because if they went through their own book and went, "Hey, oh well, this doesn't kind of fit, but we'll get away with it. It's okay."
What if we glue a Reggie Lemon card to the back of it?
That'd be awesome.
Just saying.
And I think they made that decision on purpose to make it authentic more than they recreating a new label, although the cards were recreated. Why not do that?
So now, Bobby, hold on. Now, Bobby, you're talking about a different conversation. So the initial conversation, let's put a pause on the original conversation, because I think
we're finished that anyways.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've had a conversation.
Dan's good with everything. Yep.
In the spirit of cardboard cynicism, of which I am known to partake.
Save that for that show.
No, it's appropriate here because it's pertaining to this conversation. In the spirit of cardboard cynicism, of which I am known to partake.
Yes.
The conversation about the decisions made by CGC, and I will preface this all by saying, I like CGC. I like a lot of the cards of the holders they do in. I think Andy Broom's done a lot of good job. I think they've done a lot of good, smart things. I'm prefacing this all to make a point.
Yep.
If it wasn't the Wagner, they're not making these concessions.
No.
There is a
way.
This is an extremely high profile card. It is a very key card. Maybe the 52 Mantle could potentially get this discussion, but it would require, it's very specific. You're not getting this on your 1989 Topps Greg Jeffries, although you should.
I think so.
You're not getting this treatment on that. This will not
exactly
even be a discussion. They will laugh you out of the room. They will ask you to leave.
That's exactly what I was saying.
With the Wagner and maybe the 52 Topps Mantle, they'll at least have this conversation with you. But it is to be said, and Dan, I already talked about this previously. I said it is apropos that they have this card. This came into being around the same time the CGC is doing the Charm Offensive. Andrew Broom has been out there recently doing discussions and talking to people. CGC obviously is promoting that at the National they're going to do on-site grading at a very competitive price. So they're trying to get the word out there. And this is a high-profile card, and it's in their holder and a lot of eyeballs. So there is value to all that. Tremendous value.
The other bad news, right? It's interesting that Love of the Game is also involved in this, because last year, in fact, it was at last year's National, they were showing it. Jackie Robinson's first professional home run was hit in Roosevelt Stadium in New Jersey. And when he rounded the bases, some of his teammates didn't shake his hand. But when he got to home plate, his teammate George Shuba shook his hand, and there is a photograph of that.
Yeah.
And
I remember that.
George Shuba's estate put that photograph, consigned it to Love of the Game last year. And they also, the photograph had been degraded. Some parts of it had fallen off and stuff, and they restored it. And they put in the description everything that had been done to restore it. And that was an important, only known Type 1 version of this particular historically important photograph, and it was restored. And I didn't hear any negativity about that back then.
Not a trading card. It's a Type 1 photo, totally different animal.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's a different animal, it's a different thing, but it's one of those things where the restoration was used. They added
it's more accepted,
to it,
I guess.
Colored it. They did some stuff to make it look like new. And so back then there didn't seem to be a problem with it. But that's another example of something that was altered because it would make it better. It would be for the better of an important piece. And Wagner is important. How many are there? Like 60 of them in the world? It's like the most important part
somewhere
of
in
the
that
hobby.
range, yeah.
Like 60 of them. So yeah, is it a print? Sure, it's a print. But there are few enough of them out there that it's important to take that historical piece of, Americana and make it look the best that it can. I don't see any problem with that if you're open about what you did. So again, that's my feeling. I could be wrong.
Okay, I'll read a couple of these. Is BGS the only third-party grader without a slab Wagner? I'm looking into it right now, actually, as we speak. So let's see if I can find anything. T206 Honus.
There was a couple of comments in the back there. Zach asked what it cost to restore it, and Scott Stuke is right. It was $75,000 in the 90s to do that restoration on the Wagner.
Wow.
Pretty substantial, especially for 1990s dollars.
Yeah. So what does it cost to do it now? Probably 5 times that. So you're going to spend $250,000 to restore any card? No, you're only going to do it for cards that are going to go for a couple million.
Agreed. So from what I can tell, and to be clear, the Beckett population report is janky. It's kind of trash. Just not surprisingly, but it is trash. As far as I can tell, there is one T206 Honus Wagner in a grade of poor that I assume was graded by BVG. Now, it might not be in the holder anymore, but the population report shows one Wagner in a Beckett holder, at least at one point. So whether it's still there or not, different conversation. But at one time, there was a Wagner graded by Beckett in a 1. Ironically, CGC has an AA designation for authentic altar. Yeah. So the Babe Ruth card that I talked about that Bobbles has, I think that was a AA, authentic altered.
Well,
it's so I'd be okay with it because that seems appropriate. Like that's by definition authentic altered. That seems right to me.
That might have been right, but again, that's semantics. This is bullshit. You know how much that Shuba photograph went for? I'm looking at it right now. 64 bids, $30,000 for a single photograph.
Oh yeah, no.
Obviously somebody gives a shit about photographs.
No, 100%.
I actually bid on that early on, but I got blown out of the water pretty quickly.
Or Eric lost at 29,000.
No,
he was close. He tried.
Original photos of sporting events, for example, go for a shitload.
Yeah, and there's a lot more interest about it now. So, Rick, you can kind of speak to this. I know you collect the various photographs as well, type 1s and such. There has been a lot more interest in it now because it's become kind of a separate collecting category. A lot of people get into it. Like, there is an interest in it. I think it's tough, and I'll speak for myself. I think a lot of those things are interesting. I don't know how much I would pay for one of those things. So let me use an example that I think will be applicable here, Eric. Obviously, I've collected Medana for all these decades. I've got so much of the stuff at this point that, sometimes I have to go find different things that are a little bit interesting or novel or whatever. If you have type 1 photographs of Medano, would I buy one? Sure. But would I pay like a crazy amount? Probably not, to be honest. Like, to me, that's a marketplace that's still trying to figure out its footing. I don't know what that footing is. I generally don't know, but it's almost the same kind of idea, different category, but the same idea as the various magazine covers. Like obviously I made fun of the, the treasure trove guys and them trying to pump magazines and such, but that's a thing. Like there are people that are interested in the first Sports Illustrated of their favorite athlete or the first this whatever of their favorite athlete. Again, using the Medano example just because it's simple. The first Hockey News with Medano on it. I could buy that or whatever. Like there's stuff like that you can get out there. And I've got some Hockey News with Medano on it from the 90s. I didn't pay a lot. I literally paid a couple of bucks for them. At a couple of bucks, and yeah, sure. It's a novelty. It's something different. But if you've got everything else, then I could. But Type 1 photos. So now imagine. So let me use an example.
Mhm.
Most of Medano's rookie cards are dirt cheap. Like they printed them in the millions. But a Type 1 photograph of the picture that's used on the O-Pee-Chee premiere.
Yep.
That's a very specific photo.
It's a big draw.
That is very specific to that. And you could literally look at the card and side by side, boom, they're right beside each other. And you can see that that's the same photograph. That would be worth a premium, I would think, for sure.
Gordie Howe's rookie, I had his original photograph. Now, the biggest thing, hockey really hasn't taken off. Baseball, it's really big.
Yeah.
The Type 1s. The biggest problem is determining Type 1s. Everybody calls everything Type 1, but they don't understand what it means. Even the guys who define it can't define it completely, because if it's blank back and doesn't have the stamp, maybe it isn't. Or it was printed within the first 2 years. It's like, okay, 1938? I think it was 37. No, come on, guys. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard. And if the person collecting can't understand it and the people selling it don't really understand it, everyone calls everything Type 1, they don't even know what Type 2 is, then it becomes a sorted marketplace.
The type of diabetes.
It is. Really. Right? But it is a hard thing. And in hockey, it really hasn't taken off. There's some great Gretzky stuff. There's some great Bobby Orr stuff out there. And people just don't know. And people ask me constantly, do you know if this is Type 1? I'm going, I don't know. It's got the stamp on the back? Yeah. What dates are stamped on it? Was it a file copy from the newspaper? It's just like, I don't even want to get into it. I'm just like, I keep away from that. I do have some nice ones and original ones, but I'm just saying. I do have quite a few.
Yep. And Orlando here chimes in. I have a couple of Cuban players' original photos that cost a few $1,000s. Some have no cards or very rare cards. So I think in that instance, I think there's a little bit more intrigue, because if you don't have much else, then original photographs could be one of the few collectibles for this individual that is available. I just used that specific example, Eric, because I thought if you associate it to a very, a card that's more significant to the player, the original photograph of it, that'd be, obviously more interesting than like your average, because again, otherwise they've taken so many photographs of some of these players, more modern players, over decades.
Oh yeah.
He had a 21-year career. They've taken so many photos. You could get a Type 1 of year 18. Like, yeah, he played in this game against the Calgary Flames and scored a goal. Like, but there's so many, he scored 560 goals. So there's so many, again, that one, at least you could associate. The O-Pee-Chee Premier was like the biggest rookie card that he happened to have. And It's a very specific photograph to that very specific thing. So that is at least distinguishing it. But you're basically parsing very small things. You're finding these little niches, these nuances. For a player like these Cuban players that Orlando's talking about, yeah, that might be one of the few things that is available. That might be one or two cards, and then the Type 1 photo. That might be it. There might not be much else.
I was with Orlando when he bought one of those last year at the National, I believe. Yeah. And the one that he's going to talk about in a second, I was with, not with him when he bought it, but I held it in my hands in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. No, I get you, Happy Champs. Listen, I think the discussion is interesting. I enjoy the discussion. So
I
feel free, bring the passion.
I think that the problem here is that it's a completely different collector group. So you may not know these people because you're in a different area of the hobby, but there are plenty of people who do these photos, whether be they Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, news photos, wire photos, whatever. And that's a particular collector group. It's a smaller niche of group of people, but they're very serious. And $30,000 for the Schuba photo. I mean, obviously they're spending serious money. There's plenty of photographs. A lot. Well, the other niche is guys want to get the card and then they want to get the original photo from the card. Sure. Like I saw the photo for the 1950 Yogi Berra Bowman card. I saw the original photo for that, and it was $20,000 or something. People want the card and the original photo, which is a cool match.
And how many original photos are there of that?
I don't know.
Always
hard to say.
It is.
With the
and this is the
Shuba
part
one,
as a collector. It's hard to get into.
The
because
Shuba
you
one,
don't
they
know.
said it was literally the only one that existed in Type 1 because it was the family. The family owned it, and it's the same thing with what something Orlando's about to talk about.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll get to forward here a little bit. One of my favorite items in my collection is the original Type 1 photo of Walter Johnson for my personal collection. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was a family. Well. Yeah, it was family photo taken by the family, and it was autographed by Walter Johnson. It was the only one of those. Amazing item, and I know Orlando gave up a lot for it. So it's important. These are important, just as important as cards. It's just a different niche of the hobby. And whether it's mainstream or not, I don't know if I agree with that. With what Victor's saying here, I don't know if it's mainstream or not. I don't know if we're mainstream. We're not mainstream card collectors.
Well, so now we're parsing out niche on niche. I will say this: I agree with Victor's comment from the perspective of, I'll agree with half the comment. Advanced collectors, no. Doing obscure is obscure. You might be interested in it. You might be more intrigued by it, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's a lot of random generic. Look, Eric, again, stocks hockey players, allegedly. If he goes in and, hey, he went to the bathroom, washed his hands, and used this paper towel. That's obscure, but no one else wants that. Eric might have an entire room full of those, but that's not the point.
Who's done that?
I don't know.
What?
Check your closet. Anyways.
Just saying, allegedly. Allegedly.
No.
Allegedly.
That's ridiculous.
But anyway, the point is, obscure doesn't automatically mean advanced, but if you want to research it and go deeper into it, nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly valid. But look, that's why I poked fun. It's going backwards. That's why on that Cardboard Cynics episode, the previous episode, I poked fun at the treasure trove guys trying to play this advanced collector's card with magazine covers. You can play that game with anything you want. Pick the most obscure, more niche thing. Oh, well, it's the advanced collectors. No. You want to spend money on it? By all means, please do. Do so with my blessing. Have at it. If it makes you happy, I'm happy for you. It's not necessarily going to be something that I'm going to look after, but if it intrigues you and you do your research and you've looked into it and it's something you really feel like, and maybe you've already got a bunch of the other stuff. That's why I use that example. I use a player who has thousands of cards. My example here. Would I get one of the Type 1 cards of that? I could, but the price point is going to be really relevant to me. It's going to be very relevant to it. I may not be willing to pay as much as they might want for it because it's not worth that to me. Would it be interesting to have in my collection? Sure. It'd be kind of a cool piece to add to other pieces that I have, but I have so much other stuff that it'd be a cool add-on. But if you tell me it's $5,000, I'm going to laugh at you and walk away.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's I don't care how rare you think it is. I don't give a shit. I just don't care.
There are guys out there that would pay the $5, though.
I'm happy for them, and I hope that I find it, and I'll sell it to them for $5.
There.
This is important. I can tell Tony. I will send you my Venmo, and I will sign it for you if you want. And maybe Carlos will sign it, but he's a more difficult signer than me.
It's true. I appreciate it, Tony. Photos are usually more rare than the card. It can be, yeah. But that's why I say, I go back to what I said earlier. Rarity is one part of the equation. It's important because obviously if something's too common, that's not going to work. But rarity is only one piece of the equation. Again, going back to what I said a few minutes ago, dried paper towels from hockey players that were stocked might be rare, but not something most people want. You're not going to get a lot of money for those. Just saying. Jay Harger, good evening. One of my favorite items in my collection is a beautiful Type 1 photo image. I'd seen a few times over the years in books and magazines of two of my favorite players, Vada Pinson and Stan Musial. Yep, totally. That can 100% be. I am not discounting the validity of the photographs, Type 1 and such, as something for collection. Totally a thing. You as the individual are going to have to decide, going back to what we talked about a few minutes ago, you as the individual are going to decide what's that worth to you.
Yeah.
And there could be some great value to it. I think that's cool. Not necessarily for me.
If memory serves, It wasn't a hockey player. I think it was a New England Patriot, but I'm just
Hobby Chance, love you. You're a great commenter. You're everywhere. I'm disagreeing with you again. I wasn't talking about the industry as a whole. I was talking about a very specific kind of cards, like vintage baseball, let's say, or like pre-war baseball. You know, like every little niche has its own little niche. Let's put it that way. And so, like, it's not some of the stuff that I do is not mainstream. I will say that 100%. That entire hobby certainly is mainstream. I mean, there's about to be hundreds of thousands of people descending on Chicago to spend millions and millions of dollars. So yeah, I don't disagree with this, but that's not what I was saying.
Like Shark Week, but lamer. We'll get into it next week.
And if you're a hobbyist, you don't care what anybody else says or what you collect. It's your own thing. It makes you happy. You're good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Stuke is listening very closely to you, Carlos, during the Cardboard Cynics, because this is an obscure reference, and I think only you and I get it. And Scott.
Oh, it's not that obscure. Michael Jordan is known. People know. So what's funny is what's funny is that there was a prior to the most recent run of them. It was actually a story for a little bit. I did cover it on the live as well. Jordan, to this point, had lost a bet, and that resulted in, I want to say, a dozen 86 Fleer Jordan rookies getting autographed all together in one time as part of a private signing that was a result of him having to pay back some. That's the only reason they came into being all of a sudden out of nowhere. So you can get the guy to sign a little bit, but Stuke's right. Hey, a bet's a bet.
What I'm saying is you referenced it in the Cynic show that went up today.
Yeah.
So that's what.
But it was very good. It happened. It 100% happened.
Yep.
Good stuff, Hobby Champs. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that. 100%.
Yeah. But that, I think it was a good discussion, though. I really did like the discussion. The Wagner discussion, I think, was very good. I think we covered a lot of ground on that. It was very thorough. Then again, it's left open to opinions. Like, look, it's not my money. What do those folks want to do with it? That's their business. By all means, have at it. Feel free to buy the first round of beers because you got them. You got the cash for it. So have at it.
Yeah.
And hopefully you get what you want. Hopefully you enjoy it. I do think it's interesting, though. It did bring up all those different conversations and questions, though. And CGC, from their standpoint, I would love to have the follow-up conversation with the CGC ones on the decision. As we just said, authentic altered would be probably a more proper designation, which they have. It is available to them, and they could have chosen that, but they chose not to use it. Interessante.
No, they did not. And if we allow grading companies to make those decisions, that's wrong. That's wrong. And that's happened many times over the years with, how many auction houses say things that aren't really kind of true when they advertise something. So giving them that power, you sort of have to stand up to them and put it out there. I think it's really important. You have to make people accountable for their decisions. And it's the wrong decision to put authentic on it. Very much so. That's not my opinion. That should be a hobby opinion, really. Restored? Yes. Good. See ya. But I'm not going to bid on the card, so I'm okay.
Eric's bidding pattern might have been adjusted based on this conversation. He might have to hold himself back a little bit.
just a little.
Yeah. Next bid is 700. Let's see. What's the next bid, Eric? 791,973 is the next bid. So if you want to go for it.
Eric was telling me earlier he was going to stop at 5 million.
No, he wanted to stop at 974, but he just said,
in that account. I mean, I have other accounts, but in the account I use for cards, all I have is 5 million in there. So,
but what about the account you use for cards?
I'm not going into one of my other accounts. Come on.
All right, just saying.
So, are these guys buying these? Are they the advanced collectors?
So actually, Bobby, thank you for bringing that up.
Yes.
Because I have poked fun at this quite a bit. And Dan, we talked about this on Cynics when we talk about these things. It's become this company line, and that's why I emphasized on this previous episode. I said the treasure trove guys are so obvious and over the top, and they're right in your face that it's easy to make fun of them. You literally look at them and go, oh, look at these guys and their ridiculousness. But I'm like, wait a minute. Before you say that, though, I want to remind you that there are a lot of hobby, accepted individuals that say very similar stuff and you let it pass. It's not that different. And it depends on who you're talking to. So it's very easy.
Yeah.
And I feel it's appropriate to kind of share it, Eric. I always enjoy this. This is going to be my new favorite meme. So we can go look at Son of Mooch over here. You look at this boy.
Son of Mooch.
Son of Mooch over here.
It's important to know exactly when it was that this derisive kind of, I'm not sure, not derisive. What's the word I'm looking for? He's kind of he's laughing because he's won in life, because he started out on third base, rounding third base. But what he's laughing at here is that you should be pumping the market after you're already bought the card. He's just said that, and that he finds that to be incredibly funny. And that's what they're doing in this show, is creating markets using proxies and even themselves to pump them, and then dumping what they bought. And that's exactly what he's laughing at. Just a straight up pump and dump.
Yeah, it's slapping you in public and in your face at that point.
Yeah.
And if you can't see it, which most people won't, it just goes as, hey, a talk that they had.
That's why I've made it.
It's good you guys reviewed it, though. That's for sure.
It's made it my personal enjoyment to be like, I'm going to play this clip for you, because normally this is a conversation that's happening at dinner somewhere quietly, without a camera.
Yes.
So I'm sitting there like, if they're going to share, then I will share. Because they're giving it to us on a silver platter. I may as well take it. I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. By all means,
I don't know if you looked at the comments yet, but Auburn 35 pointed out something very interesting about that foursome. We only talked about the FTX guy up here and the FTX guy down here, but those other two guys were involved in Liquid Marketplace. That Jeremy guy was directly involved in Liquid Marketplace. I don't know what the other guy's name is.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
I think it's Buster something. Buster something.
Buster? Yeah. But the Jeremy is last name begins with a P. And if you look at Jeremy,
I think I screwed it up a couple of times, but it's like Padayer or something like that. Something like that.
PADAWER, something like that. He was a consultant to Liquid Marketplace and an investor. And hey,
it's amazing the connections, Dan?
Yeah,
that was part of the conversation. That was part of the conversation, though.
Okay.
That was kind of the point that I was making, is I wanted to make sure to really emphasize.
There's no surprises. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. So like, this is the group, and even in Bobby, if you get a chance to see it, I literally play a clip where they show that Graham Stephan, who was on this particular episode, had a bunch of those guys on his podcast. So like I'm sitting there like, these are all the the degrees of Kevin Bacon. Like, they're all there hanging around in the same ecosystem, talking to each other, conversing and discussing. And all I'm doing is just pointing it out. Like, here, look at the connections. I'm providing them for you. This person is already talking to this person who's talking to this person. So like, these are all the folks in the room making these decisions and these calls, and they're throwing money and dispensing it into these different places here and there. And then when something suddenly magically goes up, where did the money come from?
But Hobby Champs and I are about to be totally on the same wavelength again.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about that a little earlier, Hemp. Yes.
Yeah.
We did discuss that one. A lot of us morons hanging around the high end of the market. Yep.
Yeah. How much morons are they? They're telling you they're scams on YouTube. They're literally telegraphing exactly what they're going to do. And it's like,
and for the most part, they got away with it.
Telling you what their crimes are going to be before they do them.
And they got away with it for the most part, except for you guys maybe saying something. But for the most part, it's just
yeah. A lot of people aren't paying attention, but we trying to pay attention. Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on it. As long as they want to keep sharing the information publicly and putting it out in the face, I will be happy to share.
Yeah.
To share. Bum dumps are done daily in the stock market. Yes, it is true.
Of course they are, but yeah. That's what those financial shows on television are for.
That is a play. I'm sure that's a movie forthcoming. Hobby Champ says, a smarter move with these big money players in the hobbies to hang around the $50,000, $200,000 range. You can simply spend $20 million and spend it. So actually, thank you, Hobby Champs. That is actually a point that I was making. So when I was discussing it, I was saying these guys talk about all these esoteric, random collecting categories, dinosaur bones and this thing and that thing, animation cells and all this. Cool. That's what they're telling you about. On the previous episode, Son of Mooch specifically said that he is market making through proxies. Well, that doesn't mean that he can't get into cards through proxies. So, a lot of times I use a specific example, Dan, and I don't know if you caught it on the edit. I put on the screen a chart of the 55 tops Roberto Clemente. So I wanted to show a vintage baseball card so you could see. And if you saw that little chart in 2016, Eric, the chart was chugging along, going up over time. And then suddenly in 2016, it did this. Boom.
What happened?
Just overnight. And what happened is I also included a link in the thing that's included in there. Vintage Card Curator, I think, who did a video on it. And there was a buying group that bought a whole crap ton of them and kept jacking up the price every single time. And they were able to manipulate the market all the way up and you can literally see the spike in that price literally just go straight up. And then within a couple of months comes straight back down. Now, post-COVID, the price comes back up. But the point is, it took until COVID and the spike that was involved in a lot of that stuff to get the price back up. But in 2016, years before that, it did this, boom, overnight, and then back down. So, Eric, there is no reason to say that you couldn't just spend money quietly in the background, purchasing cards of a certain category. Pick a category you like. Your Bobby Orr rookie. If somebody goes and buys a bunch of mid to high range Bobby Orr rookies and suddenly sets new price records all the way up and down the board, you don't think your one goes up? Of course it does. They all go up. And then you slowly sell them off quietly over time and you make money on each one of these deals. You could 100% do that. And if you did it smartly and quickly enough in a correct way, you're profiting the whole way. You're making the money. And to you, it's a rounding error at that point, but you literally, and by the way, the market never goes back to its previous level because you actually pushed it so far that, it comes back down, but it's still higher than it was 2 years before.
Yeah.
And then, Eric, it wasn't because the marketplace naturally got to that price. It got pushed all the way. And then all of a sudden, and I used an example, I used a very specific example, and I actually got a little backup on that. I had the comments in front of me, so I want to make sure I grab that. Ryan McConaughey, your buddy Bobby, Ryan, vouched for what I was talking about there. I talked about T206s. Back years ago, you could buy T206s, low grade, T206s raw, for like $5 or $10. I did. I bought them. They were available all the time because, T206s are old cards, but they were printed in the millions. A lot of them survived. A lot of them survived. If you're not talking about super crazy high-end guy, but he has some good examples that were also accurate. I focused specifically on the low end, but it's true. I was buying T206 and T205 Hall of Famers for $30 to $50. Me too, 100%. And I bought a T206 Walter Johnson Polar Bear, so a less common back, for $125 in 2004. Totally. How much is that today, Dan? A Walter Johnson T206 Polar Bear back.
Completely ratted out copies, about $700, I'd say. Like a PSA 1 in bad shape.
Shocking. And you could get them all day long, Bobby, in reasonable shape. Like, it wasn't like you wouldn't get the highest end, but you weren't getting a destroyed copy. You get yourself a nice little copy, a couple $100, all good, no problem.
How much would it be if it was restored, though?
Ooh, fancy. The point, the bottom line, though, is that when I listen to people, Eric, and they try to tell me, oh, well, it's because vintage is so good. Well, obviously it's worth no.
What's Dan doing?
No.
I want him to move this off.
I think we want to make sure we include that on there. I left it on extra time just for you, Dan. Just for you.
Love of the game auctions. Oh.
Yeah. So bottom line,
don't publicly put stuff out there. Jesus, man.
Listen, if everybody else is going to pump stuff, I may as well. The bottom line is this.
I'm not
I didn't type it.
The opposite of pump. I want to be.
I didn't type it. Listen,
auctions.
You had your chance to make Orlando your third cheerful and cursive. You had your chance.
There you go. Enough said.
Okay, that's
I
your
would never
fault.
curse Orlando. You kidding me?
Ah, so you admit it's a curse, Bobby. I got him. Got him.
I knew it.
Keith, wherever you are, hear that. Tony, I'm going to buy a gear for 49 Bowman Reynolds. It costs himself a lot. Yes, the buyer's group that's buying through PWCC. That's true. There's a guy that buy every 64 tops colored flood. It did affect the market value of them. They were more than what they should have been. You can find really obscure examples. Yeah.
Yeah,
But, like,
there's a 52. It's a 52 tops high number, and it's one player that his family bought all the cards, and I can't remember his name. It's like an Italian name. 52 tops high number, and it's so rare because his family bought like every example they could find.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat's got to know this. Probably Tony. Tony might know this.
Oh, Tony. Yeah.
Yep. But the bottom line is my takeaway from the episode was just whenever the price has gone up quite a bit, just challenge it. All I'm saying is challenge it. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's basically fake or whatever. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is challenge it. Just question why. Because again, I know inflation's real, things get more expensive, Bobby. This is all true. But
Well, you know, there's a
when
lot
something
of
weird goes up just quickly in a rapid succession, when it had been pretty calm and steady over time,
graded magazine
always-
covers. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all kinds of things. But I'm saying anything. I don't care what the category is. What
Yeah.
I'm saying, if there's a rapid increase overnight, and then you have people retroactively say, well, obviously it's so rare. You're saying it wasn't rare 6 months ago? Like, what are you talking about?
Sometimes it's new information, and sometimes it's hype, and
Sometimes.
sometimes it's bidding things up in the back door. There's a lot of different reasons. So
But that's why my suggestion is just to
investigate.
question, evaluate, look at why. If it is just that it happens to be that rare and now there is an interest in that category, then so be it. Then fine. I can accept that. But there are so many of them where that's not the case. It's not any rarer than it was before. And then this interest, where did this interest come from?
Yep.
Yeah.
See, I was right. Tony was right. It's Tony Bartolome. Bartrome. Tony Bartolome.
Yep.
I'm looking at
Rome,
like
maybe.
Yeah, cheap Bartolome. It's the cheapest one on eBay is $1,200
Wow.
for two.
Eric, hit buy now. But the bottom line is that whenever there's one of those things, my only challenge to the audience is just say, no, just question. Don't just take it at face value. Just it's. But I hear the words, Bobby. Oh, obviously, no. It's not obvious. No, if it was, if
Nothing
the
is
marketplace
obvious
was
in this
saying
hobby.
no all
Yeah.
this time, and now all of a sudden they're interested, you have to then explain to me what has changed. That's all I'm asking. What has changed that wasn't there previously, that is now in place, that has made the thing happening? And if that's the case, then I accept it. But if it's not, again, in 2016, 55 tops, Roberto Clemente just did this overnight, really fast, in rapid. Out of nowhere, it just suddenly came to life and shot up straight up like a rocket.
Mhm.
That is weird. That is really weird. That should have set off alarm bells. But Bobby, I remember, because in that period I wasn't doing YouTube videos, but you know what? I remember people were justifying. Oh, finally, people are giving Roberto Clemente their due. They
Respect,
came up with the
yeah.
explanations after the fact. They're giving him his respect. Bullshit, I say.
Well, a guy texted me the other day. He was asking me, why is everybody bidding on these York peanut butter transfers? And I'm going, I have no idea. They never get that. They've dropped off in value and stuff like that. And I'm saying there's like 15 to 20 bids each. I'm going, something's up, brother. I said, don't get caught in that. Like, they hadn't come up for a little while because they were dropped in price. So a lot of people didn't list them. And you got the Howe, Sawchuck, and Gene Belleville. And I'm sitting there going, why is there 15, 20 bids on these? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And it makes a lot of sense, actually, when it doesn't make sense. And I just told him that. I said, listen, somebody's bidding it up. His buddy, his friend, because there's no way. It never gets bid. Look at the past. You can't even see the past because it's really not there. And I'm just saying, no, just, stay away from it. They'll come around later. Don't worry. And that happens a lot.
Shill bidding. That's shill bidding on a particular item or set of items.
I said it without saying it. Yes, Dan. Yeah.
What Carlos is talking about is a manipulating market, which is a little bit different.
Well, which is the same thing, too.
But it was
Bidding
also-
is
it was
manipulating the
very
market
coordinated.
completely.
Different
Yeah,
than
it's very
shill bidding on
coordinated.
people to bid.
It's the same thing. It's you're getting more money for something that you really shouldn't. So, in the grand scheme of things, whether you shill bid it, whether you pump it, whether you whatever manipulate the facts, it's always going to end up that way. It's all about getting more money for something, and when people see that many bids, that it's almost like I got to join in. There's something going on with these. Are they getting rare? Or are they, and you get a lot of. I'm talking layman's here. Like I get a lot of texts every week, like hundreds, and people asking me questions about this. What do you think about this? What about this? What and I can only give so many answers back. And I just said, just stay away from it. Just for now. You tell them what it is, but you don't want to tell them what it is, because it's speculation.
Yeah.
So, and I've been doing that for like 20 years. People have been texting me for like hundreds a week. Like honestly, you got to make those decisions, and that's where I get a clear-cut value on what I say to people. Say, hey, listen, just stay off it. There's no reason that you go for that. Oh, that's really rare. Well, maybe you should. I've only seen one of them before, so maybe it is worth that. So, you got to kind of give people an explanation, because I'm there to help people. I'm not there to hurt the hobby. I'm there to help the hobby. So, anyways,
What he doesn't tell you is that I'm the one that texts. That's sending them all the
fucking
text.
Eric. I almost have you can't block them. It's like it's hard. Just saying.
Bobby, you know what I like to do in order to make sure this is not a problem? Text him at 3 a.m.
He's up.
Yeah, just
I bet you
automate
couldn't
it.
sleep that night. That last Friday night, he was sitting there going, Bobby said I couldn't sleep. I did.
3 o'clock. I'm always up.
Why?
But my body, I just wake up.
3:33 is the witching hour. You know that, right?
It's like I anywhere between 2:50 and 3:10, I will wake up every night.
What?
Really?
That's weird.
Sets timer to text Eric. Sorry, go on. You were saying? Sorry.
Every minute from that time to that time.
Every minute on the minute.
Yes. How you doing, Eric?
And all I do is just send
What are
him
you doing?
memes of mayo.
Yes.
I've had because of the time difference, I've had conversations with Name at like 3 a.m.
I bet you have.
I'm wide awake.
Well, he's
So
in none of it, so there you go.
I'm telling him to F off and all this horrible stuff at like 3 o'clock.
Well, speaking of F off, here it is to you. Go Braves. Fuck you, Eric.
Oh,
Okay.
the minor leagues. They went minor league on you, man.
It's random. I don't know what to tell you.
Go Braves. All right.
Yeah,
Well, if it is that hockey, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Boston Braves. Said
Actually, I should probably grab it. I actually found a video, Eric. Somebody did a video saying why Atlanta's hockey teams failed. They actually made a video about it. I should send you the video so you can watch it.
It wasn't Cards HQ.
And
It wasn't demographics, Eric.
Philly.
No.
Yeah, it wasn't your intolerance.
It wasn't my intolerance. Oh.
No. Facts, Orlando.
Mm.
All Booby Orr all the time. Even though he's a flopper, a gutless coward.
Peekaboo.
He's a jumper.
Does he shill the Chicago Bobby Orr cards?
No, when Bobby Orr went to Chicago, he finally became a man. In Boston, he was a pansy. There are a lot of people like that out there.
That card's not worth anything, Dan.
But those Chicago cards would be his actual rookie card because all the
Yeah,
Boston
he went out of the minor leagues and he went to the NHL.
Yeah.
$20.
Minor league cards don't count as rookie cards, so the
They're
Bruins
not,
cards are all
they're not.
Victor would yes, agree.
So that's 66 you got, Eric.
Garbage.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
take it
all-
off your hands.
all-
20 bucks.
It's a one though. Like Dan, I wouldn't like $40, 50
Yeah.
maybe.
It's all about the 76. I know.
It's all true. It's all facts.
Well, they made a pinball machine out of his
No, I would.
Chicago. Like
God, wouldn't that be awesome? I would
What?
love to own one of those. That'd be sick.
So next,
they're not
next
that bad. They're
Friday,
only $1,500 or so.
I'm going to show a hockey card next Friday on this show.
Oh no.
Goodness
You
gracious.
got one of the hockeys?
Yeah, I told you
Huh?
this.
Is it old or new or
It's a 1979 Topps card.
Oh,
Gretzky.
yeah. I
Oh,
think
it's
you did mention that, yeah.
Ken Dryden, his last card.
No.
No.
Gordy Hara?
Gordie
no.
Howe's
last
last
card?
card.
No.
No.
I don't know.
Gretzky?
79 Topps hockey.
I don't know.
See? You woke Victor right back up.
Bobby Smith,
You got it.
Rookie. You got the rookie.
1979 rookie. of
The
year.
only other card worth money in the set.
Got to be Bobby
I
Smith.
went, I once got the Dryden. I thought it was worth money. I think I sold it for $5.
Yeah, it's not.
You did well.
Yeah. Well, actually, you know, those cards, if they are really high grade, you can get some amazing money for them.
Yeah, you got to grade them though, then, right?
Yeah, the reality
yeah,
was
yeah.
7980 was very strongly
Well,
printed.
blue border, it's like
There's-
the
there's
black
no-
border 71s, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No, but for the great,
same
great.
thing.
But
Yeah.
I'm saying that like they were very strongly printed. There's plenty of
Oh.
copies out there, so it's no.
Yeah.
And it's a bit of a shame because, like I said, to me, the last Gordie Howe card, the last Bobby Hall card, I think those are nice cards. I think it's actually
The
notable.
entry cards of the new teams, yeah.
Yeah, there's some good. I think the cards
Checklists are
themselves
tough.
are actually quite good. It is one of those things though that like they printed
Obviously,
plenty. They printed. They were not short. They were not short printed anyway.
No, who do you think printed more, O-Pg or Topps? I get that question asked
But
me.
it's almost like in baseball, the 1980 top set, which is virtually worthless except for one card, the Ricky Henderson rookie. You can it's like 79 hockey. It's the same way. It's like
Basically,
one card. It's the whole
It
set.
is. It's a lion's share of the set.
Yeah. So, folks, I gotta go pack. Leaving tomorrow morning early. So, thanks for having me on.
Sounds good, Dan. Take it
Gonna
easy.
go.
See you, buddy.
Chat
Take care.
was great tonight. Chat, thank you.
Have a safe trip.
Thanks for the debate. It was good.
Thank you. Babcock's rookie shot. All right. See you guys. See you, chat.
Take it easy.
Hey, Dan.
Talk to you.
And then there was 3.
It's all with the mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Eric is so excited when he hears about mayonnaise.
He's so
Hey,
excited.
Since we got a pause here of anything important, I have your card that I have to ship over to
My
ship
card. My card. Refer to it properly.
I got your card.
Mm.
Is there anything I need to add inside the envelope? Your name, your real address, anything like that?
What the hell is he asking?
So yes, Eric, I'm glad you asked. 1,500 American dollars in crisp $100 bills would be good.
Yes.
No, I have
1,200.
Eric, Eric, if you look at the address on there, it has a care of. It has a name. That name tells them exactly where to put it.
I understand that. I just wanted to make sure.
No,
there's
the
nothing else I had to add.
$1,500 you could put in there. That'd be
No,
great.
I'm not putting the $1,500. Just the
Wow.
card.
Go for
And
1,000.
then that's all that's needed.
And
Then
Go for $1,000.
Eric, why would you show that on the screen?
that's not your address.
I know it's not on the screen. I know it's not.
Please.
That's not because it's shipped like
Like you need a
Thank
5-second
goodness.
delay with that.
Thank
Eric,
goodness.
now.
Thank
You need a
goodness.
delay.
it shipped my cards. Who cares?
Shit. Oh, okay.
Now they're going to send me all the cards.
It's a business. Who gives a shit? I just wanted to make sure that it was right.
Yeah. Well, I'll double check with you after. I didn't increase the size of the font. I didn't want to make it full screen.
Well, it's not your address.
But I do get charged when things are received to it. It does actually cost me money.
Send Carlos lots of cards.
Absolutely. And I will send you a bill for said cards. When I got all the 91 Donruss cards, they'll be getting a bill for cards.
Yeah.
But yes, no, the username is all they need. Once they use the username, then they just put it in the proper place. That's it.
I'm just gonna stick this in there anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, they're good about processing that. They take the pictures of it and basically just take it out of the envelope and put it in the right place. Eric is making this feel more shady than pump and dump. Eric does that a lot. Eric can't help himself. He's like, wait, but my first instinct is to be shady.
Why would I? What's shady? I don't
He's like,
understand.
are you sure that this is all I need to put in it? What if I put in the cocaine?
Cocaine? We're talking about
I
cocaine?
don't. Why would I ship your cocaine to ship my cards?
Oh, boy. Did you clip that out?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wait, is Eric shipping things? Allegedly.
Did I ship
got-
cocaine too? Why would I
There's,
ship
there's a
cocaine?
package here and a package here.
For who? Not for
Well,
me.
Eric, I paid for mine.
And this one
What?
should probably go in the trash. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this one in the trash.
What's in that?
Trash.
Can we show that, Carlos?
We should show it.
I already taped it up.
Oh, come on! Just run a knife down the edge. Jesus,
Eric, if you put the envelope in water,
yeah,
then it'll just open right up, and you can just
pretty
see the
much.
part
Yeah, it'll dissolve. Yeah.
So
Hmm.
yeah.
I like Amanda's attitude here. I have to act right until the ships.
Oh, she's finally here. There you go. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
like 6 o'clock.
Now, this is a
California
valid
time.
question, Zach. Valid question indeed.
No, no, I have not seen him, but things.
Yes. Oh, you haven't. Oh.
Listen,
We're
Hey,
listening.
Ray, bye.
Oh yeah, I got to check for you. Okay, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Ray.
seriously, this close to just sending some money over to the charity and forget about handing him a check because I want you guys off my ass. But I still have
Mhm.
jersey signed, so I have to see the guy. So I'm still trying to make that
And
happen.
who gets the interest on that money? I'd like to know.
These are questions of the Burrell, Eric. Act accordingly.
the $300.
Eric, I happen to know that I thought the promissory note was 47% interest compounded monthly.
Oh.
Oof. Jeez. That's going to be like $1,800 in a couple days.
It's got to be at least 40, 50 grand by now.
Oh my
It's been
yeah,
since
it's been a
January.
while, right?
It's been since January, yeah.
Damn.
Jeez.
Gee.
I'm sorry, I don't hang out with Ray Bork on a daily basis.
You
And
should.
yet you creep on all these other hockey players.
I
Damn.
haven't seen Ray. I haven't seen Ray this year. What do you want me to say? All right, I'm working on it. Try to make it happen.
Mm-hmm. All right, hang on. I'm gonna.
I was on the hockey time machine last night. Well, actually, it was.
Oh, there you
pre-case.
go. Oh, there you go. Carlisle. Hey, good stuff. Appreciate it. It's a good book, actually. I have had a chance to skim through it. Good stuff. So Adrian's lore is actually Carlisle Rules
All right.
kid. Good stuff. Good stuff. I think it was a good job. I enjoyed it for sure. I got a chance to flip through it a little bit. Anyway, publishing a book, no small feat. Respect.
Bobby knows that.
Yep.
Oh, everybody
Those.
publishes the book now. Like, geez.
I just did.
I thought you did.
Yeah, I just did it. In that right in between that sentence, I just was like, I might as well.
Yep. It's done. Just
Seems about right to me.
GBT and put a book out there about Bobby Orr and being the best player of the Chicago Blackhawks ever, and that's it.
I saw this video
Great.
yesterday from this professor that said like 97% of his class he had to fail because he put in he put in a white, how did he put it, a white lined
Wow. You and White all the time. What would
Yes.
Bill Reese say if he was still alive?
just interested. The professor was black, so he's the one telling the story. So
Mhm. How convenient, Bobby.
What?
so
How convenient. Go on.
Huh.
he sent this email out to all the students saying this is the topic, this is how it should be done, but he hid a line in this email all in white lettering,
So you
So
can't see it.
so it's hard to
Invisible.
see. So when the kids who didn't even read through it just quickly
Cut and paste.
cut and paste over to whatever AI they're using,
Mhm.
the AI can read it, but
Yes.
the students didn't.
Mhm.
Knew that if the word Madagascar was used in a funny way in their papers, they cheated. It was just a random word.
I
So,
got you.
so he read the whole class, read all the papers, and anybody who had the word Madagascar in their, in their report failed because they cheated.
97%, you said?
Yeah, it was like that high. It was only
Yep.
like
And what does that say?
kids aren't learning anymore. They're cheating. And this is going on through elementary school all the way up to
You
college.
see the videos the kids put out? You don't have to say that.
The evidence is clear.
Kind of obvious, yes.
The evidence is clear.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they're paying. Either the kids are helping to pay for college, their parents are paying for college, and they're not learning a goddamn thing.
And you question the NIL money. Now check your text, and I'll explain the context.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I know. Mark was just down here. He stopped off.
No. That came from the individual who was the requester of said Ray Bork jersey. So it's just a message. Just said, wanted me to send you this pic. He says someone knows Bork. I'm
Yeah,
just saying I got an email
Mark
to that effect.
Mark went to his house like earlier this week, like Monday.
And someone couldn't have gone to his house?
Give him
No,
a check,
You creepy bastard.
no.
cash.
Mark Junto came down and came to the shop and went to Ray's house.
Oh, Mark Zuto. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, I think Mark was in Tuesday. He was at Ray's I think he was at Ray's house on Monday and at the shop on Tuesday.
Well, he went to Ray Ray's, eh?
Mm. Other than 47% less creepiness, what does Mark have that you don't?
He
Pretty much
has,
just
he has
that.
a lot of people's stuff, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I was
I
gonna,
could say a lot of things and I won't.
and I was going to bring
How's
this
that?
up earlier that we're talking about photos. We
Mm.
had some. I'm just going to say original because I don't know photos as well.
You
as
got to
guys.
say type 1 because otherwise nobody cares.
All right. Type one. Original photos of the goal, and
You mean the flop? You mean the flop?
They're now
Flop?
going to be. They're now going to be in Classics auction. We gave them to Mark.
Original photos.
Yeah. Off press, off the negatives from I don't know, like whatever press was there. So there's like 3 or 4 of them, and they came off the original negatives. So
When were they printed? Did they say or no?
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, because that's the type 1. Was it within that 2-year period, or to allocate type 1, or is it type 2 done later on? Because they did so many of the they did the newspaper, they did the that promo, they did so many things for that goal shot, right? So
Yeah, no, they were original, I believe, and Mark now is in possession of them, and they'll be in Classics auction.
all right, did they get them graded? No,
No, they're not.
you have to get them graded. If they're
So-
that,
so original,
you have to
original,
get them
hold on.
graded. You
Now hold
have
on.
to.
So Eric is saying original.
Yes, yes.
So these are the ones where Bobby Orr was personally playing. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend that they touched me, and then I'm going to go like, ah, and then you got to make sure you take the picture. I can
And
only
then-
do this once. So you got to make sure like, ah,
and that'll be the original.
take the picture.
Yep.
See, you can even see the strings.
That's Noel Picard tripped him, pushed his feet up in the air. He made him
Ah.
famous.
I don't know about that, Bobby. That looks to me like Bobby bent down and he's like, hold on, I need to get extra height. Hold on. Ah.
When
He
I went
scored
to-
the goal before he's in the air, so I don't understand it. But anyways,
when
Yeah,
I-
it's flopping,
oh,
and it's
listen,
unnecessary flopping. It's weird.
this is what I had done when I went to Derek Sanderson's house.
oh, you got
it's-
him to sign it?
It's signed by Derek Sanderson, and it says,
Is he in the shot? Wasn't
No.
he behind the net?
right, but we couldn't get a clear picture of that. He comes out blurry when you blow it up. From
Well, it
that,
doesn't matter. You get his autograph. It's like, who
so it
cares?
says, "I made the kid famous," Derek Sanderson.
Well, I think Noel Picard made him famous.
Well, Sanderson passed the puck to him, and anyways,
Yeah, but Noel Picard took his feet up in the air after he scored the goal and made him go vertical. So
you're right.
or
But
horizontal. Sorry,
he wasn't
Um,
famous until he did that. So
because otherwise it was just the winning goal, which it was great. Just saying.
Was it though?
no shit, Josh.
I'm just trying to appease Eric.
I
It seems a little great. Seems a little strong.
Josh is about to get a shut up, Josh, even though he's not shut up, Josh. I'm gonna
Wow.
Is
give
this another Josh?
This is a different Josh.
he's gonna get a shut up, Josh, even though he's not shut up, Josh. He's gonna get a shut up, Josh.
This is
Ooh.
90. Bobby,
Can you
this is
use
90s.
both? Isn't that It's not like taking the Honus Wagner and putting a different
It's
card.
infringing.
Like,
It's kind of
you can't-
infringing.
Yes. It's
We have an established gimmick.
it's like a
This is not-
reproduction. You can't do two Joshes and use the same thing. It doesn't
He keeps it up.
meld
He's
together.
Josh.
This here is 90s auction Josh. He is a person who was on the formerly active, now I think defunct Sports Card Live.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that show ended years ago, as far
Oh
as I'm
my
aware.
God. Is it time? Is it time to end the show?
No, Sports Card Live ended years ago, Eric. That was my point.
No,
Yeah.
I already stated that.
I have a bike ride to be. I got to get up and
Josh is a
Wait,
lawyer.
before you go, hold
Watch
on.
out.
Bobby wasn't here at the beginning of the episode and pre-show. Can you explain what it is? Hold on, Bobby. He's going to go to a bike ride in the morning. Now, I'm going to then counter and point out what the obvious flaw in his plan. But Eric, do you want to explain to him what you are doing? Explain it to the bro.
I'm doing
Please.
a 50-mile gravel bike ride tomorrow out of a bike shop in Burlington, Mass, because they are celebrating their 50th anniversary. So it's 50 miles for 50 years, and it starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
And who in their right mind would do something like
It's
that?
like a half-an-hour drive. So
On gravel.
yeah,
That's
And-
retarded. I
and-
wouldn't drive my motorcycle on gravel.
Yeah. So
Now, Bobby, my counter to all this was he's talking about the 50 miles, 3 hours, all this stuff. And I'm sitting there going like, if you put and strapped about 900 pounds worth of weights on yourself, then you get to the end of the driveway, you have accomplished about the same. And
if
that
it's
would
all
take you, like,
downhill, go
less than a
fast,
minute.
though.
And that would take you less than a minute.
Mhm.
The other 2 hours and 59 minutes, complete waste of time.
Yeah.
That's inefficient, Eric. That is highly inefficient.
my alarm's going off at 7 a.m. I have to be in Burlington and
You'll
check
be up
Oh, and also
anyway,
Bobby, he's going to
Three.
fake Burlington.
fake.
I would be impressed if he went
we
to
have
Burlington,
our own
Ontario.
Burlington here.
The
now.
real Burlington, not
Yeah.
fake Burlington.
It's beside the Guelph, actually. Pretty close.
Yeah, so that's true. That is true.
So
Josh, you don't have to lie to the people. Don't lie to them. We've already talked about this earlier tonight. Fake news is bad. Don't be doing fake news.
it is.
Josh, don't encourage him, please. Just let it go.
I'm sorry, Josh. I would love to watch it, but there is a 24-hour grass growing YouTube channel. It is the hottest thing. You guys, we can watch grass grow. They got
How much
bluegrass
Eric run
and
over it?
regular. They got
Josh,
bluegrass and regular.
We could
Let it
run
go.
over
It's
it.
amazing.
Just let it.
Kentucky bluegrass, really?
Just let it go.
I will not. I have a pre-national primary buffet meeting up tomorrow to discuss the national. Far more important. Far more important.
Actually, I would. Can I go to that after? I'm gonna be hungry.
Only if you do. Only if you go to real Burlington, not your bullshit Burlington.
That's 50 miles for sure.
More than 50 miles.
Mhm.
If Eric was placed in the garage of knowledge, would he know things like Bobby? He'd know something at least.
I hope so.
My goodness.
There is some knowledge in here.
If
Yes.
Eric cycled to Burlington Coat Factory, that would be helpful too. That'd be fine.
The Burlington Coat Factory. Yes.
It's worth the drive to Acton.
It is.
And that's an inside joke, I guess, because
Oh, very much so.
Yep.
But an entire generation of people know it is
Oh,
worth
yes.
the drive to Acton.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Eric, what do you have to say for yourself?
I have nothing to say for myself except that I need to make sure I go to bed because I have to get up at 7 and go for a 50-mile gravel ride.
All right. Well, you at least commit to spending at least the entirety of Saturday watching. Josh keeps claiming there's a show on Saturday. I don't think there is. I think he's lying. I think he just sits in a room quietly by himself and stares at the wall. But
Probably.
will you commit at least to watching the show at 1/4 speed? You got to get the watch time up.
I
1/4 speed.
Yes.
I don't watch hobby content. I've made that very clear.
You don't watch Sports Card Live. You don't watch Sports Card Live because you think
were
it's trash.
there. I saw you.
I see the look on your face, Eric.
I don't.
Bobby, did you see the look on his face?
I did. Yeah.
He's saying that it's not hobby content because he doesn't watch hobby content.
No.
Eric is in such trouble.
One thing doesn't
I
mean
thought
the other.
and here I thought Bobby Amanda was Judas.
Yes.
Damn.
Just when you thought.
Damn.
And she's a Goyle.
Listen, back in my day, Bobby, we had more loyalty than that.
I think so.
I think he and Josh were friends.
Mm.
You know, Eric, Len Putty was right about you.
Oh,
It's unbelievable.
boy.
It's
So-
unbelievable.
Yep.
Eric has to get up early to remove the bicycle seat from his bike for the long ride. That's right.
Mm.
Does Eric have to get up early in the morning? He always claims that.
I
Does this
know.
or that. I've seen Eric in chat a few places. Oh, Eric gets around.
Oh, yeah. After he leaves here, he goes out there. Yeah.
Mhm.
Discord. Yeah, we're out there. Hmm.
Once upon a time, he used to go to this clubhouse thing.
I think it's
Very
still
weird
alive.
place. Very strange.
It's desolate, but he's looking for people. Well, I think he is.
It's a lot like the National. The National is like Shark Week, but lamer. Clubhouse is like YouTube, but lamer.
It was something. Now it's not. It's got no
Here's the thing.
bacon. It's got no chicken. It's got no tomato.
No, no
no
bacon.
lettuce. It's just toast.
You know, Bobby, it's funny you mentioned that. By the way, I'm going to the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, I'm ending tonight's festivities. So, chat, if you got any last comments, feel free. Hit the like button. Eric pays for it. But we'll continue until the top of the hour, and that'll be the end of the night. Appreciate you as always. Great chat tonight, by the way. Great chat. Some really
I'll
good
hit
stuff
watch
tonight.
them. One sec.
Go for it. But yes, Eric, you'll be pleased to know that for lunch, I had an entire breakfast plate, including bacon. It's fabulous. Fabulous.
No.
Amazing. Sensational. I had ham and bacon, Eric. Ham and bacon.
For lunch?
Yes.
Yeah, I had peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Super fancy. Happy Champs. Last comment, mayonnaise. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Amazing. Sensational. Fabulous. Did you guys hear this rumor that there's going to be a hobby show starting on Saturdays? We've been devoid of a hobby show on Saturdays for years. It's crazy. Wild. I was a little bit nicer during the 4 collectors, but I'm on my channel now. I don't have to be. Wait.
So, the Nationals coming up.
It is.
Who in the chat will be going to the National? If you're going to the National, raise your hand. Raise your hand in the chat if you're going to the National. Just throw your hand right up there. Let us know if you're going to the National. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Ham is flexing. So not
Not I. Mhm.
not I. Who is going to the now? Just let us know. Throw your hand up. Okay, there we go.
No, you know what? Hold on. And by the way, you'll notice that Eric is trying to avoid the issue at hand because he doesn't watch Sports Live because he knows it sucks. But anyway, moving on. And by the way, Eric, that was rude of you to say. Len Potter was right about you. So let me move on here.
I can't even make out what Amanda put on there. What the hell is that?
She's probably trying to curse you.
I can't even make it out. What the hell is that?
I will make it larger in a second. Hang on.
Is it a banana?
Eric, I'm creating a poll. I'm making a poll. People can say yes or no.
I can't even make. What the hell is that?
We'll stare at it. Eric asking questions trying to extend the show. Truth. We're going to Disney World. I love it. You do you. Hobby Champs. I can't go to the National because I don't know anybody in the hobby, and I have no one to hang out with. Damn. Oh, quick aside as well. On the channel, I have posted the community post. I was actually a couple days late. However, I know people have already voted. The silly card of the week is up, and it will be up for the entirety of the weekend. We're adding up all the votes. All the votes count. Every single one of them. The only true democracy in this world. So it is there.
Mine is
Make a
not
selection.
doing well.
No, it's not.
It is not doing
Because
well.
they understand the spirit of it, and I still don't think you've quite figured out what silly card is.
You don't think that's silly?
No. I think it's a
Okay.
generic picture of a guy. It's literally just looking at a picture of this guy that they took.
Okay.
It's pretty standard. Like, Eric, if that is your standard,
That's
boy, I should show you what Donruss Studio looks like because you're going to have quite a time. There's an entire set devoted to that. A whole set.
Yeah, I find that to be quite silly.
Look at that. Stuke's got all the hand emojis in all the colors, including those Eric does not tolerate. What would Real Ray say if he was alive? Brad's also got his hand up. So we got 7 votes so far. You can say no if you're not going to the national. It's perfectly valid. Just saying. There's enough of you. So I'll leave the poll on for a couple minutes and we'll let it finish. And then when Bobby comes back, and then we'll wind her down. Also, quick aside. I'm going to work on, I actually have pickups this week. So I will have a pickup video on the channel. I've been waiting for some stuff to come in. So now that it has, I can make a video for that. I will. And then on the wrestling channel, now that apparently the fucking product has arrived, I guess I can finally make a video on the stupid thing, even though Panini has no idea how to make their PR people do anything. Good Lord. Heaven forbid. What an idea. I included a poll in the chat, Bobby, for the people, for those who are attending the national. Eric was trying to stall for time because he didn't want to let everybody know that he doesn't watch Sports Card Live.
Oh,
he talks a big game, but he's like, this sucks. I don't want to watch it. That's what he sent me in a text message. It's a bit rude, to be honest. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. It's all good. I don't know why he just didn't say that on the show. He said it behind the Patreon.
Oh.
Yeah. He talks a big game in the Patreon. All of a sudden, he's all big. He's all the way up to at least 5'1", 5'2" when he gets on the Patreon.
Yeah.
Puffs out his chest.
5'8", damn it.
230 pounds of gut-crushing terror.
Gut-crushing terror. Intriguing.
Extreme, yes.
Wow. I like it.
I'm 200.
So far, 10 votes. 70% are saying yes. 7 votes for yes. 3 are no.
Okay.
I am perma-banned from the national, so I'm out.
Are those
Was it
people
this one?
who
Was it this one, Bobby,
normally
you're going to,
go?
or next one?
What's that? Next one.
Is it next one? So it's the one in
Yep.
Detroit?
No, next one is in Chicago.
Is
then
it Chicago
Detroit.
again?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It's 3 years in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, next one's
and
Chicago,
I'll be staying at Dave's place, and so that'll save me some money on whatever. I guess hotel and food. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll buy food, but we'll go out for dinner. So
All right.
it'll be a social event. Expensive. It shouldn't be that expensive. Just the exchange rate's a bitch. Every time I go to buy something on eBay, it's like, holy crap. You had the shipping, you had the tax. You go, damn, that was $20. Why is it $72? I don't get it. Anyways.
I like that that Rick is now communicating in emojis. I like that. So Stu was saying, who's going to Shoeless Joe's on Thursday night? That's his question that he's asking. That's valid in the chat.
Well, that's for the national, yeah.
Yep.
They have a Shoeless Joe. We have one up here. Is that the same franchise?
No, we've got Shoeless Joe's. Yeah.
Is that the same
There's a bunch in
franchise?
Toronto for sure. There's a bunch in Toronto for sure.
There was. I know there's one in Eglinton. Yeah, there's a.
Yeah, I attended a few of them.
That was way back though. I haven't been there in like forever. They're not in Scarborough anyway, so.
Eric, you want to answer this one?
Zach, you're not helping.
I like Bobby. I rather enjoy putting Eric in the position. It says, I generally forgot the story of why Carl doesn't like Jeremy. Do you think I don't like Jeremy Lee? Oh my God. Bobby, is that the vibe I'm giving off?
Damn. I guess maybe for the last 5 years at least. So I don't know.
I'll leave Eric in charge. Hold on. Eric can handle this.
Yeah.
He's got it. It's all good. He's got it.
I got 1 more minute and I'm out of here.
Oh, it only takes a minute. You can explain in a minute. Go ahead.
The final countdown.
Then he's going to go on his 50-mile bike ride. His
Oh.
event. He's got an event.
I have an event. It's not
No,
a
that's
race.
okay. You gotta have camaraderie somewhere. So
It's not a race. It's just an event. Celebrate 50 years.
everything's a race.
Well, I'm just gonna go.
So you finish 50th out of
not
47 people.
Do you at least get a participation trophy?
Oh, he probably
trophies.
does.
It's not.
Wow.
So what do you
Damn.
guys hang around and talk about afterwards?
Pain.
How the ride went.
Well, if you didn't wipe out, it probably went okay.
I would agree.
So not much talk afterwards. Yeah. Gotcha.
Well, if you can't like talk.
Pulled a hammy. I pulled a hammy when I was coming around that corner. Oh my God.
got a lot of sound
Well,
effects.
Yeah, well, you should see I got only one real hip. So yeah, I can see the conversations.
It's like, well, I got 0 real hips, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both my shoulders, my knees, and my fucking hips are not real. So
I've had
screw
my head replaced. Fuck you guys.
you. Yeah.
I need
I'm
my
Ted
head.
Williams. Didn't he get his head cryogenically frozen? Was it Ted Williams?
It was Ted Williams was the family guy that said frozen. Yeah. Stu says, what city is up in 2030? So we don't know that yet. See you there, Mr. Ham. Hobby Champ says, I heard it because Jeremy outbid him and Mike Banano card. It's true.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. That was probably it.
And unfortunately, he wasn't even intending to win. He was defensively shilling. Allegedly.
That's even worse.
I know.
Or better. I don't know which way you're looking at it, but yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Carlos doesn't like floating head cards. That's also true.
Hmm.
These are all true.
All right.
See, unfortunately, like Eric was supposed to fill us in on the truth, and he's not helping.
Let's go.
They probably hand out the trophies while Eric isn't there to hurt his feelings. That's probably true.
Yep.
That or Jeremy posterize him and pick up a game of basketball. I'd take out his knees. He'd never make it to posterize. You go straight for the knees, man. Go straight for the. I don't care how tall you are. You take out the knees.
Especially on tall guys, yeah.
Yeah, like. Psh.
They
Oh,
can't
that's
cycle.
a foul. Oh, Bobby. Oh, that's a foul. I feel so bad. I'm sorry. My bad. It's a foul. It's a foul. My bad.
I saw enough fouls with soccer. I'm tired of it.
Eric's still racing when they hand out trophies, baby. They
Mm.
chop Ted Williams' head, chip off the old block, I guess. Ooh, Stuke with the jokes.
Haha.
Mm. Good job, people. All right, I'm gonna end the poll.
Yep.
There were 16 votes in the poll. I'm giving you guys 10 seconds. If you haven't filled in, because we got
Do it
16
now.
votes. We got 16 votes. So we're
Hmm.
about to close the poll. It's closing now.
Those are people who traditionally go to the national, right?
I was left open for the people to decide.
But these are traditional people that go to the national, usually, right?
I think most of them that are going to respond are going to be on that category.
All right. What did we come up with? Because I gotta go.
I think it was 56% that did. Here we go. I got it. I got finally the total. 56% were no, 44% were yes.
Wow, that changed. Dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mhm.
for those who are going, have a safe trip, have fun, be very careful, and
Wear comfortable shoes. What else? Come
wear
on, Eric.
the shoes.
Yeah.
Careful with your money, and make good decisions. So, and have some fun. Not a lot of fun. I'm against a lot of fun, but you are allowed to have some fun.
Some fun.
Some fun.
Like you at the Toronto Sports Card Expo. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some fun. I don't have a lot of fun. I don't believe in it.
Yep. Brad is correct. Fly like Bobby.
Fly like Robin Fly.
Lock the car doors. Buy from Geoff.
Yes. Just go to Atlanta. He's so much better.
Yeah, just don't mention
You can
Eric.
get wings next door.
He's persona non grata in Atlanta.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
probably.
I have no
Probably
problem.
banned, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm banned, but I mean,
I have no problem with Atlanta or the people that live there.
Except
Not
for the
about the
people that
people.
fall under a certain demographic.
HQ.
Got a couple of problems with those people, I see.
Mm-hmm.
They just
I've seen a
traditionally,
lot of yellow thumbs up. I don't know.
just
Man.
traditionally, the people of Atlanta are not huge hockey fans.
It's called Hotlanta for a reason.
Mm. Thank you, Keith. Some fun equals no fun. Appreciate you. All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Episode 302 in the books. Next episode will be the official, not national coverage.
Oh,
Other not national coverage will begin on Monday. The podcast episode will be live. We'll be talking about that, but obviously that's still pre-national. But then next week on Friday will be the official, not national coverage. We will commence it like any other time, Bobby. It is a tradition like the Masters, unlike any other. It is like Shark Week, but lamer.
and out the green jackets.
We should get green jackets.
I really thought about that because your colors are green. So I'm thinking,
Could be pretty good.
green
I
hats,
like it.
maybe. Yeah.
Well, listen, the hats might get us dangerously close to Shriners, and Dan has already betrayed us for the Shriners.
No, those are red hats, the Shriners. But yeah,
Yeah, like I got to
and
seriously.
those are
like,
kind of like those.
We'll,
with the
we'll discuss this
tassel.
later, Eric. But you know what? I might have to join you in your quest against the Shriners. The Shriners are causing some problems now, and I'm not liking this.
Yeah,
it ain't cool. We're gonna have to deal with these Shriners. Anyway, folks, have yourself enjoy the rest of your weekend. Catch the Cardboard Cynics episode. Those of watch on the replay, I'll include a link in the description to the latest episode. Check it out. There's actually some good stuff in there, and included links if you want to check out further and see some of it. So we'll keep you informed of the ridiculousness of this hobby, because Lord knows it is. Some good conversations tonight, some good discussions tonight. Have yourselves a good one. Catch you next time.
see y'all.